Tonight, as you prepare to rest, I invite you to remember a sacred truth, that your imagination is not a fantasy, but the very creative force of the universe. What you impress upon your mind in those quiet, drifting moments before sleep holds the power to shape your waking world. The secret lies not in striving, but in surrendering your desire to the felt reality of it already being fulfilled. You do not beg the universe, you do not plead, you do not ask as one who is uncertain. You assume the end. You sink into it. As your body relaxes into stillness, allow your mind to rise in vision. See only what you would see if your wish were already granted. Hear what you would hear. Feel what you would feel. The key is the feeling. You must move beyond the words of the desire and live from the state of its fulfillment. This is not a doing, but a becoming. In the quiet of the night, you slip into the skin of the one who already has what they want. You do not ask, will it come? You do not say, I hope. You say, it is done. Your dream becomes the reality in which you now dwell. Your senses in imagination are more real than the senses of the outer world. That is the gateway to creation. You speak not to an outside force, but to the deeper self within, the one who knows no lack, no time, no impossibility. You commune with this self by embodying your desire in the silence. Just before sleep, when the walls between the conscious and the subconscious are thinnest, you plant the seed, and you do so by imagining the scene that would naturally follow the realization of your desire. Do not concern yourself with how it will unfold. That is not your role. Your work is to feel the scene so vividly, so naturally, that it becomes more than thought. It becomes experience. And once you have felt it real, you let go. You drift into sleep not with longing, but with satisfaction. The satisfied mind is the fertile soil for the miracle. So when you lie down tonight, remember this power. Assume the feeling of the wish fulfilled. Occupy that state. Rest in it. Trust it. And know that as you sleep, the unseen forces are rearranging themselves to reflect your inner assumption. What you accept as true in that sacred space between waking and sleep, that is what you will call reality. And as you lie in that sacred stillness, let go of the world around you. Let go of the facts, the figures, the appearances that may seem to contradict your desire. Those are but shadows, echoes of old thoughts that no longer serve you. Do not be fooled by them. The outer world is a mirror, not a master. It reflects only what has been accepted within. So turn away from appearances and turn inward where your true power lies. In this moment, just before sleep, you become the author of your reality. Your mind is open, soft, receptive, a divine womb ready to receive the seed of your imagination. Choose your thoughts with care, not from fear or lack, but from joy, from knowing. If you wish to be loved, then feel what it would be like to fall asleep in the arms of that love. If you wish for abundance, then feel the deep relief, the freedom, the gratitude of already having more than enough. Do not imagine the process, imagine the result. Do not imagine the journey, imagine the arrival. For your imagination does not concern itself with means, only with ends. The question is not whether it will work. The question is, will you persist in the assumption? For one moment of doubt can unravel what hours of faith have woven. But if you remain faithful to the vision, if you return to it night after night as one returns home, then the world must conform. The universe is compelled to reflect what you accept as true in your inner world. This is law, unbreakable and impersonal. It responds not to pleading, but to belief. So ask not by word, but by assuming. The assumption is the silent prayer that never goes unheard. Feel it real. That is your language to the universe. That is the signal, the frequency, the command. There is no force more magnetic than a heart that believes it already has what it desires. Such a heart draws the seen and unseen alike, arranging people, places, and events to bring forth the thing imagined. You must become the thing long before it appears. You must live in the feeling, not just touch it lightly, but dwell in it, marinate in it. Let it become so normal to you that anything else begins to feel strange. This is the secret. To be so at home in your vision that it no longer feels like fantasy, but like memory. Because it is a memory from the deeper part of you that already lives in the fulfillment. Tonight, as you close your eyes, step into the life you desire, not as a wishful dreamer, but as the one who already lives it. If you long for success, then feel the thrill of accomplishment. If you yearn for healing, then feel the vitality coursing through your body. If you want peace, then let it wash over you like a soft wave. You are not faking it, you are creating it. Your feeling is the first manifestation. The outer world is only the echo, the inner world is the cause. When you change your inner conversations, when you revise your memories, when you imagine boldly and lovingly, you are rewriting the script of your life. No matter what has happened, no matter how long you have waited, it is never too late to turn the tide. Creation is finished, all possibilities exist. You are simply selecting the one you desire by aligning with its frequency. And what is that frequency? It is the feeling of already being the person who has what you want. That is how you ask. You do not beg the universe, you commune with it by being it. You rise into that identity in thought, in sensation, in assumption. And once you claim it, even in silence, it becomes yours. There is no need to strain, there is no need to force. The power is in the ease, the naturalness of the assumption. If it feels like effort, you are still trying. But when it feels like surrender, when it feels like slipping into something that was always yours, then you are aligned. Let your desire feel like a familiar friend, not a distant fantasy. Let it be something you remember, not something you chase. Tonight, when you ask the universe, do it without words. Let the language be emotion. Let the conversation be sensation. Visualize the moment after the thing has happened, not the wish, but the fulfillment. Who are you in that moment? What do you see, hear, and feel? Let that vision be so rich, so textured, that it becomes more real to you than anything in the waking world. You may feel the temptation to doubt. That's natural. The old self will try to rise again and remind you of the facts. But you are not bound by facts. You are bound only by your assumptions. So when doubt arises, return gently to your vision. Do not fight the doubt. Replace it. Starve it by feeding your faith. Nourish the vision until it becomes your dwelling place. As you fall asleep, do not carry the burdens of the day. Do not rehearse your fears or replay your failures. That is asking the universe for more of what you do not want. Instead, revise the day, see it as you wished it had gone. Imagine the kind words spoken, the doors opened, the good news received. In doing so, you rewrite not only the past, but the future. You are the dreamer of the dream. But more than that, you are the creator of the dream. The dream responds to you, molds itself around your inner state. So when you ask the universe tonight, ask as one who knows, ask as one who receives. Ask not with longing, but with gratitude. And let that gratitude be your pillow. Let it carry you into sleep with the sweetness of fulfillment. And if you wake in the night, do not return to worry. Return to the vision. Let it be your lullaby. Whisper to yourself, it is done. Because it is. The moment you accept it within, it is planted. And though you may not see it immediately, it is growing. Trust the process. Trust the seed. Trust the unseen. Do not measure with the outer eye. The eyes of flesh will deceive you. Look instead with the eyes of imagination. They see deeper, clearer, truer. And they always see in alignment with what you choose to believe. So choose wisely, lovingly. Believe the best. This is how you ask the universe. Not by knocking on a door hoping someone will hear you, but by walking through the door as if it were already open. You act from the state, not toward it. You be before you see. That is the divine paradox. You become the receiver by believing you already have. Let tonight be a sacred ritual. Not just another night of sleep, but a holy communion with the source of all creation. As you rest, you create. As you sleep, you instruct. And what you instruct with feeling, with faith, will return to you pressed down, shaken together, and running over. You are never asking in vain. You are always heard, because the one you ask is not separate from you, it is you, in your highest form. So fall asleep not as one who wakes, but as one who knows, not as one who hopes, but as one who lives in the certainty of the unseen. And when you wake, carry that feeling with you. Let it color your day. Let it guide your steps. Let it remind you of who you truly are, a creator, a chooser, a dreamer who dreams awake. And when doubt knocks again, as it will, return again, return to the vision, return to the silence, return to the state. That is your sanctuary, your power, your birthplace of miracles. The more you live there, the more the world will shift to meet you. The universe does not resist your desire, it reflects your belief. So believe well. Now, as sleep gently embraces you, breathe deeply. Inhale the reality of your desire fulfilled. Exhale every story that says it isn't so. And as you drift, let your final thought be not of lack, but of love. Not of waiting, but of wonder. Not of trying, but of knowing. And as you drift deeper into the embrace of sleep, feel yourself relaxing not only your body, but your identity. The version of you that felt unworthy, that doubted, that waited endlessly, that version is melting away. In its place rises a new self, the one who knows that all things are possible, that the universe is already conspiring in their favor. There is nothing you must earn. There is no proving required. The asking is in the being. The receiving is in the resting. When you say, I am, you do not speak idle words. You speak from the source of all creation. I am is the beginning of everything that follows, the doorway through which desire steps into form. So tonight, as you lie still, choose your I am wisely. Let it be rooted in fulfillment. Let it rise from love. Say within yourself, I am wealthy. I am loved. I am free, not as affirmations of what already is in the eternal now. This present moment is your point of power. The future is only the unfolding of the state you dwell in now. The world bends itself to that state, not the other way around. So you do not wait for the world to show you evidence. You become the evidence. You live even in silence as if it were already done, because in the unseen it is. Feel the weight of having it. Feel the ease, the comfort, the relaxation that comes when you no longer need to chase. It is yours. There is nothing more to do but be. This is not about intensity, it is about alignment. You are aligning with the version of yourself that already has what you seek. That version does not try, that version simply knows. And in that knowing, the bridge of events begins to form. You will not see it all at once. That is not your task. Your task is to hold the state, to return to it when shaken, to trust it more than appearances. Life will rearrange itself around your dominant assumption. You are not subject to fate. You are subject to faith. What you accept as true becomes the law of your world. So rest tonight in that acceptance. There is no desire placed in your heart that is not already yours in spirit. The moment you desire a thing, the way to it is made, not by force, but by assumption. You become a magnet, a lighthouse, a signal calling forth what matches your internal frequency. And you adjust that frequency, not by effort, but by feeling. So let the feeling rise within you now. Let it soak into your skin, your bones, your breath. Feel the joy of it, the wholeness, the peace. Imagine a scene that implies it is done. Not a scene where you're still wanting, still hoping, but a scene that can only exist if the desire has already been fulfilled. That is your scene. That is your answer. That is your prayer. And when you find that scene, when it feels real, natural, inevitable, repeat it. Loop it gently in your mind like a lullaby. Let it be the last thing you think of before sleep takes you. Let it carry you across the threshold between the conscious and the subconscious. For once the subconscious accepts it, it will express it. It may come through unexpected means. It may appear suddenly or subtly, but it will come. because you have spoken in the language it understands, the language of feeling, of belief, of knowing. The universe does not respond to desperation, it responds to certainty. It mirrors the posture of your heart. So tonight, do not wait for signs. Be the sign. Do not ask when. Rest in the now. The now is the womb of eternity, and in it all things are born. The future is but the echo of this present state. Change the state, and the future must shift to match. It is law. If you want something to be different tomorrow, you must feel different tonight. You must occupy the new self, the one who already has it, lives it, knows it. You are not becoming that person, you are revealing that person. They already exist in you, waiting for you to recognize them, and you do that by assuming their identity, not later, but now. This is the sacred art of asking. It is not done with noise, but with silence, not with effort, but with ease, not with waiting, but with embodying. You ask by being, you receive by remaining. Let the world fall away, let the doubts dissolve, let the vision rise. You will know it's working, not by what you see, but by how you feel. A calm confidence, a gentle knowing, a subtle joy, these are the signs. When the desire no longer feels far, when it no longer feels like a wish, but like a memory, you are there. And from that state, the world will take shape around you. What once seemed impossible will become natural. What once felt far away will feel close. People, ideas, opportunities, they will flow to you, not because you chased them, but because you aligned with them. The outer is drawn to the inner. The outer bends to the inner. You are the cause. Everything else is effect. So continue now, lying in the warmth of this truth. Continue to feel as though it is done. If your mind wanders, bring it back gently. No judgment, no frustration, just return. Return to the feeling, return to the scene, return to the state. This is your holy work. This is your night prayer. Not words, but embodiment. You are not asking a distant force to grant your desire. You are activating the infinite within. You are claiming what has always been yours. Your imagination is not idle, it is divine. It is the creative power of the universe expressing itself as you. And when you use it with faith, with feeling, with focus, mountains move. Even now, as you lie still, things are changing. The unseen is working on your behalf. The pattern is shifting, the path is clearing. All because you dared to feel it real. All because you entered the state of the wish fulfilled and made it your dwelling place. There is no greater act of creation than this. You do not need to worry, you do not need to watch the clock. Creation is finished. You are simply selecting your portion. And once selected, it must be delivered. It may come wrapped in mystery, it may come by way of delay, but come it will if you do not waver. You are not at the mercy of the world, you are the author of it. Your beliefs, your assumptions, your inner states, these are the pen and ink. Use them wisely, use them lovingly, for what you imagine tonight will echo through time. So lie still, breathe deeply, let every breath carry you further into your new self. Let every beat of your heart anchor the truth that it is done. And should you wake tomorrow to the same world, do not be dismayed. The seed takes time to grow. But the moment you planted it, it began. Trust that. Trust yourself, and if the world challenges your assumption, do not argue with it, do not plead or panic, return to your state. That is where your power is. The world must catch up to it, but it cannot resist it. The inner state always wins, always. So tonight, ask not by questioning, but by declaring. Declare silently that it is done. Let your soul rejoice, let your heart rest, and let sleep carry you deeper into the world you have chosen, the world that already exists in you. the world that now begins to move toward you, because you dared to live in the end. And as your body falls deeper into slumber, know this: your work is done. You have asked, you have felt, you have assumed, and now you receive. In dreams, in signs, in whispers, in miracles. Let the old self sleep. Let the new self rise. Let the fulfillment begin. There is nothing more for you to chase. In this moment, your only work is to rest in the awareness of fulfillment. You are not practicing wishful thinking. You are partaking in divine remembering. You are recalling who you are before the world taught you limitation. You are tuning in to the version of yourself that lacks nothing, the version that knows deeply, effortlessly, that what is desired is already done. And as you recline in that knowing, your very vibration becomes a silent magnet to all that matches it. This is not magic, this is law, silent, impartial, unfailing law. It responds to your inner conviction, not your outer effort. It echoes back to you not what you say in passing, but what you assume in being. So what you bring to sleep each night becomes the blueprint of your tomorrows. If you carry fear, fear is built. If you carry lack, lack is carved. But if you carry love, if you carry joy, if you carry the sweet ease of the answered prayer, then that is what shall rise before you. You have asked, and asking is done through feeling. The moment you align with the version of you who already has, already is, already knows, you have made your request. There is no need to repeat it over and over in desperation. That is not trust. That is anxiety wearing the mask of intention. Let your desire breathe. Let your imagination do its sacred work. Trust that the inner movement you made tonight will ripple through the field of consciousness and bring to you what you have already lived within. It does not matter if you have tried before. It does not matter how many days you have waited or how long you've been told no. Those are old echoes. They belong to the former self, the one you are now letting go of. You are not who you were. You are who you assume yourself to be in this holy moment before sleep. And the beauty of this gift is that no one can do it for you, and no one can take it from you. You are the author, the speaker, the director of this inner script. And once the scene is set, the cast and the setting and the dialogue will follow in your waking world. You do not go to the universe as a beggar. You go as one with the authority of being. You are not trying to become something. You are revealing what is already within you. Every desire is a seed already encoded with the fruit. You are not making it happen. You are allowing it to unfold by stepping into the feeling of it being so. And as you sleep in that feeling, the subconscious accepts it as law. The subconscious is the soil. It does not choose what is planted. It only brings forth what is given to it with belief. And tonight, as you plant the image, the emotion, the knowing of your fulfilled desire, you are handing the seed to that sacred ground. You do not need to check on it in the night. You do not need to ask again in the morning. You simply need to know that the work is done and the harvest is inevitable. What you imagine consistently with emotion and certainty will come to pass. It does not come through striving or stress. It comes through alignment, through allowing, through acceptance. The more natural it feels to you, the more effortlessly it flows to you. So let it feel natural. Let it feel as ordinary as breathing, as sleeping, as waking. Let the state of the wish fulfilled become your new normal. And should the world still look the same tomorrow, smile anyway, because your reality begins not with what you see, but with what you believe. And belief, true belief, is blind to delay. It does not flinch when the evidence is not yet visible. It walks as if the path is already laid. It speaks as though the promise is already kept. It acts in harmony with the unseen, knowing that what is real in imagination must become real in time. You do not have to figure out how. The how is not your concern. The how belongs to the unseen forces, the divine intelligence that orchestrates all things. Your only task is to dwell in the end, to see, feel, and live from the place where it is already done. You do not have to know the steps. The steps will appear as needed, sometimes so naturally that you won't even recognize them as steps. You may find yourself guided to make a call, to say yes to something you would have ignored before, to turn left instead of right. These are not accidents. These are movements born from the state you assumed. When you change the inner, the outer changes. Not always through lightning, but often through whisper. Be still enough to hear it. There is no distance between you and your desire, except the one your mind creates. The moment you dissolve that distance in your imagination, the moment you become one with the outcome, the path is formed. And what was once a dream becomes memory. You will one day look back on this night and know that it was the moment it all changed, not because something happened outside of you, but because something shifted within. So feel it again now. Let the vision return. Let the scene play out in your mind like a sacred film, one you've seen 1,000 times because it's yours. Feel the weight of it, the colors, the temperature of the air, the tone of the voice speaking to you, the scent in the room, the texture of joy. Let it be vivid, let it be alive, let it be so familiar that the waking world begins to mold itself around it. You are not asking for something you do not have. You are claiming something that already exists in consciousness. You are stepping into the room where your desire has always waited for you. And as you enter it in imagination, your whole vibration shifts. You begin to walk differently, speak differently, think differently. Not because you are pretending, but because you have remembered who you really are. The universe is not ignoring you, it is waiting for you to be in tune. It is always responding, always reflecting. And once you change what you accept as true about yourself, your world cannot help but change in return. So accept it now. Accept the new story, the new reality, the new identity, and let it sink so deep that it becomes effortless. Do not look to the future with longing, look to it with recognition. The future you desire is the child of your present assumption. Love it now and it will grow. Tend to it now and it will flourish. But if you return to doubt, to fear, to waiting, then that too shall bear fruit. So be mindful of what you entertain. Your mind is the gate. Guard it with love. And when morning comes, walk as the one who has, speak as the one who knows, move as the one who lives in the end, not for show, not for performance, but because it is now who you are. You have become it in imagination, and all that remains is for life to catch up. Every night offers this doorway. Every sleep is a sacred chance to recreate. You are never bound to what was. You are always free to assume something new. And the moment you do, the universe bows in agreement. It conspires, it shifts, it opens the way, because creation is finished, and you are simply selecting the part of it that matches your state. So lie there now in perfect stillness and let the feeling take you over one more time. Let it fill your heart, your breath, your entire being. There is nothing more to prove, nothing more to ask. You have become the one who already knows it is done. And that is the most powerful thing you can do. You have spoken to the universe in the only language it truly hears, the language of feeling. And in that sacred whisper, your destiny is rewritten. Let yourself drift deeper into the feeling now, where nothing is missing, where nothing is lacking. In this inner sanctuary, you are complete. The desire has already fulfilled itself within you, and there is no separation between what you seek and who you are. Feel that unity, feel that merging. There is no striving here, no hoping, only being. This is your most powerful tool. You do not need to see immediate results to know something has shifted. The very fact that you feel different is evidence enough. The change always begins within. You may not notice it in the outer world right away, but something in you has changed. And because you have changed, the world must change with you. It may be slow, it may be sudden, but it is sure. The rhythm of the universe does not falter. It is always orchestrating, always responding to the impressions made upon your inner self. So tonight, do not ask as if you are in lack. Assume from the position of fullness. Let your very breath become a declaration that it is done. Inhale the reality of it. Exhale the resistance to it. Each breath becomes a quiet affirmation, each moment a testament to your faith. There is no power outside of you greater than the one within you. That creative center is not far away in some distant realm. It lives and breathes within your consciousness. When you imagine, when you feel, when you believe, you are activating it. You are initiating the unseen mechanics of manifestation. This is not fantasy, this is function. This is how the inner world impresses upon the outer. So when you lie here tonight, you are not merely falling asleep, you are sowing the future. You are communing with the divine in you, the part of you that has never doubted, never feared, never been touched by time or limitation. And this part of you, this eternal self, answers not with words, but with form. You feel it real, and it becomes real. You live it within, and it lives without. Let your imagination become your truest sense. Let it be more real than what you see with your eyes or hear with your ears. These outer senses are delayed reflections of what you first perceive in the spirit. Imagination is your first sight. What you see there, clearly and consistently, must crystallize in time. And so feel it again, whatever it is you have asked for, whether health, love, abundance, peace, purpose. Feel the relief of it, the celebration, the deep satisfaction that comes only after a desire is realized. Let yourself be surprised by joy. Let yourself sink into that reality so fully that when you open your eyes tomorrow, your first instinct is gratitude, not need. Your mind may attempt to pull you back to the familiar, to the safe, to the logical, but you must remind it gently, this is your new truth. This is your new dwelling place. This is your chosen state. And you will return to it again and again until it becomes your only home. Because that is how it happens, not by force, but by familiarity. You rehearse the scene of your fulfillment until it becomes natural, second nature. Not because you are forcing it to happen, but because it has already happened within, and you are now simply remembering what has always been yours. This is not effort, this is rest. This is not striving, this is allowing. You are not in conflict with reality, you are reshaping it by choosing a different lens, a different story, a different identity. And that choice is yours, always, no matter the past, no matter what has been. You can choose again, you can imagine again, and in doing so you give new instructions to the universe. Do not let the old thoughts echo. Silence them with vision. Replace them with feeling. Whenever doubt knocks, answer it with the certainty of your inner experience. What you feel in imagination carries more weight than what you see in the world, because the world is delayed. It is old news. It is the afterglow of what you used to believe. But now you believe something new. Now you believe in the power within you to shape and create. You believe in your ability to speak in the language of emotion and be heard. And so you have already been heard. You have already received. And all that's left is for the outer to catch up to the inner. There is a sacred timing to all things, but it is never a punishment. Delay is not denial, it is preparation, it is orchestration, it is the unseen arranging itself for your benefit, and so you wait. Not in anxiety, but in faith. Not in longing, but in confidence. You wait as one who knows the promise has already been kept. You may not see how the pieces will come together. You don't need to. That is not your role. Your only role is to stay faithful to the end scene, the end state, the felt conclusion. Let that be your home. Let it be the place you return to, no matter what the outer world suggests. And you will notice something miraculous. Not only does the world begin to change around you, but you change. You carry yourself differently. You speak with authority. You make choices from a place of empowerment rather than desperation. You attract what matches your new state, not through manipulation, but through resonance. Because life is not happening to you, it is happening through you, through your focus, through your assumptions, through your most dominant inner state. And now, that state is the wish fulfilled. That state is completion. That state is answered prayer. Even as you sleep, you are radiating that truth. The silent language of your heart is speaking. The seed is planted, the field is fertile, and the harvest is certain. Let yourself sink deeper now into that feeling. Let every muscle relax. Let your breath slow. Let the story of your future self play softly in your mind like a lullaby. You do not need to force the details. Just feel the outcome. See the evidence on the faces of those around you. Hear the voice of someone congratulating you. Sense the quiet peace that comes when a chapter has been completed, when something long desired has finally arrived. It is here, not in a distant place, but in you. You are the doorway. You are the mirror. You are the vessel through which the unseen becomes seen. And the more you allow that truth to take root in you, the more the world must respond in kind. This is not a one-time act. This is a way of being. This is how you live now, not in the shadows of lack, but in the light of fulfillment. This is how you think now, not from the pain of what is missing, but from the joy of what is present in spirit. This is how you dream now, not from the limits of the past, but from the infinite possibilities of the now. Let your last thought before sleep be this: it is done. Let it echo in your being. Let it settle in your chest. Let it speak louder than fear, louder than fact, louder than history. It is done. And because it is done in you, it will be done for you. You do not need to ask again. You only need to remain. Remain in the state, remain in the knowing, remain in the feeling, and everything else will come. Because everything else is already on its way. And so you rest, not just your body, but your soul. You rest in the assurance that the universe, your subconscious, the divine, all have heard you. And all are now moving gently, silently, inevitably to bring to pass what you have already received in the secret place of your heart. Sleep now in peace. You have spoken, you have asked, and the answer is already yours. And now, as sleep gently cradles you, let all striving cease. Let your heart be light, your mind at ease, and your spirit at rest. You have asked in the only way that matters, by feeling it real, by assuming the end, by living the answer before it appears. You have whispered to the universe without words, and the universe has answered without delay. So rest in that silent certainty, carry the feeling of fulfillment into your dreams, and let the night do its sacred work. For what is real within must become real without, and it is done. There is a hidden power within you, a force so great that it can shape reality itself. It is not found in the stars, nor in the hands of fate, but in the deep well of your own imagination. Whatever you seek, whatever you long for, is already yours, if only you dare to believe it so. The secret is not in waiting, not in hoping, but in knowing. You must live as if the answer has already come, walk as if the path is already clear, and rejoice as if the victory is already won. Faith is not a passive state. It is the most creative act of all. It is the unwavering conviction that what is unseen is more real than what is before your eyes. It is not enough to wish, nor even to pray with longing. One must assume with absolute certainty that what is desired is already present. This is the key, the great mystery that turns dreams into reality. The world you experience is but a reflection of your own inner state. Change that state, and the world around you will move to match it. What would it feel like if your prayers were already answered? If the love you seek was already yours? If the wealth you desire was already in your hands? If the success you long for had already been achieved? Can you summon that feeling now, in this very moment? For if you can, you have unlocked the door. This is not a matter of chance, but of law, an unbreakable principle that governs the unseen forces of life. Believe that it is done and it will be done. Step into the reality of your fulfilled desires and watch as the world bends to meet you there. To truly manifest, you must abandon the old habits of doubt and fear. You cannot ask for something while holding on to the belief that it is out of reach. You cannot pray for abundance while seeing yourself as lacking. You cannot seek love while feeling unworthy of it. The world responds not to your words, but to the state of being you dwell in. The moment you shift your awareness to the fulfillment of your desires, they must materialize. It is not enough to visualize, nor to speak affirmations in an empty ritual. You must embody the feeling of having received. When you close your eyes, do you feel the warmth of love surrounding you? Do you sense the freedom of financial abundance? Do you carry yourself as someone who already possesses all they have asked for? If you do, then the law is in motion. If you do not, then you must persist until the feeling becomes real within you. You must live each moment in the joy and certainty that your desire has already found you. When you wake in the morning, step into the day as the person who already possesses their dream. When you walk, walk as one whose heart is full of gratitude for the answered prayer. When you speak, let your words reflect the truth that it is already done. The universe does not delay in responding. It mirrors your deepest convictions instantly. What you accept as true within will become your truth without. The greatest barrier to manifestation is not the outside world, but the resistance within. Doubt is the voice of a mind still trapped in the illusion of separation from its desire. Fear is the whisper of an old self unwilling to let go of limitations. The mind will argue, it will seek evidence of lack, it will try to convince you that you must struggle. But you must be steadfast. You must refuse to give power to anything but the vision of your fulfilled desire. If you desire love, then be love. If you seek abundance, then radiate abundance in thought and action. If you yearn for success, then carry yourself as one who has already triumphed. The energy you put forth is what you receive in return. This is not a theory nor a philosophy. It is the law by which all things are made manifest. The universe does not play favorites. It simply reflects what you deeply believe to be true. The reason so many fail to see their desires fulfilled is not because they lack the power, but because they surrender to doubt before the miracle unfolds. They plant the seed but dig it up in impatience. They declare their wish, but then undo it with thoughts of fear and lack. The law does not work on hesitation, it works on conviction. You must hold fast to the feeling of the wish fulfilled, unwavering, unshaken, until it hardens into fact. This is not the way of the world, which teaches that you must see before you believe, but in truth you must believe before you see. Your external circumstances are the echoes of your internal state. If you persist in seeing yourself as small, the world will confirm it. If you walk in the assumption of greatness, life will rise to meet you there. There is no force outside of you determining your fate. It is you, always you, shaping your experience by the reality you choose to accept. Do not concern yourself with how things will unfold. The mind, bound by logic and reason, will try to force solutions, will attempt to map out the details, will demand proof. But the great secret is that you do not need to know the how. You need only dwell in the knowing that it is already done. The path will form itself. The means will come in ways you could not have foreseen. The world will shift to accommodate the assumption you have made. Every great transformation in life begins in the unseen. The tree exists within the seed before it breaks through the soil. The masterpiece exists in the artist's mind before the brush ever touches the canvas. The invention is real in the inventor's imagination before it takes physical form. Likewise, your answered prayer is real the moment you claim it as so within you. So, live now as though the dream has already been realized. Rejoice now as though the blessing is already in your hands. Love now as though you are already surrounded by the warmth of everything you have ever wished for. For the truth is, you are. The only thing that stands between you and your desire is the belief that there is a distance at all. Remove that illusion and you will see you were always standing in the midst of your answered prayer. There is no delay in the fulfillment of your desire except the delay you place upon it, with doubt, hesitation, and disbelief. The moment you accept that what you desire is already yours, reality begins to shift in accordance with your belief. But you must not waver. You must not look to the world for validation before you believe, for the world is merely a mirror reflecting back the state you hold within. Every great achievement, every miracle, every transformation has followed this one principle. Live as though it is already done. There is no other path, no secret formula beyond this. Those who have risen from obscurity to greatness did not wait for the world to grant them permission. They assumed their success, they walked in the certainty of their destiny, and the world adjusted to their belief. To live in this way is to move beyond the limitations of the physical senses. The senses will try to deceive you, to tell you that you're still lacking, still waiting, still hoping. But your senses are merely the echoes of past assumptions. They do not define the future unless you allow them to. If you believe only in what you see, you remain bound to what has been. But if you believe in what you have imagined, if you claim it as real, then what has been will dissolve, and what must be will come forth. The law of manifestation is not about effort. It is not about forcing, struggling, or striving. It is about assuming the feeling of the wish fulfilled and resting in that assumption. It is about dwelling in the end result, not in the process, not in the obstacles, not in the seeming delays. The moment you shift your focus from longing to knowing, from wishing to being, everything changes. Most people live in the constant state of waiting, waiting for a sign, waiting for circumstances to shift, waiting for something outside of them to give them permission to believe. But waiting is nothing more than the absence of faith. To wait is to assume separation from your desire. To wait is to tell the universe that you do not yet have what you seek. And so you remain waiting. But the one who lives as if their prayer is already answered never waits. They move, they speak, they breathe in the certainty that what they have asked for is already theirs. You do not become wealthy by waiting to see money in your hands. You do not become loved by waiting for another to prove their devotion. You do not become healthy by waiting for symptoms to disappear. You become all of these things by assuming them to be true now, by feeling within yourself the joy, the freedom, the peace that comes with already possessing them. If you wish to manifest love, you must first become love. You must carry yourself as though you are already cherished, already adored, already deeply valued. You must not seek love from a place of emptiness, for the world will only reflect that emptiness back to you. Instead, you must embody the fullness of love within yourself, and in doing so, love will be drawn to you effortlessly. If you wish to manifest wealth, you must no longer think in terms of lack, you must no longer speak of struggle nor entertain thoughts of limitation. Even before the physical evidence arrives, you must walk in the consciousness of abundance. You must feel as one who has more than enough, who is generous, who is free. Money is not a thing to be chased. It is a frequency to be aligned with, and that frequency is not one of desperation, but of certainty. If you wish to manifest success, you must no longer dwell in fear or hesitation. You must no longer ask if you are capable, if you are worthy, if you are enough. You must assume the identity of one who has already achieved what they desire. You must move through life with the confidence and authority of someone who knows that their success is inevitable. For as long as you question, you delay. But the moment you claim, the moment you know, the moment you embody your success, it begins to unfold before you. This is not a philosophy of wishful thinking, nor an illusion to escape reality. It is the very nature of creation itself. Every great visionary, every pioneer, every leader throughout history has understood this truth, whether they spoke of it or not. They did not rise by waiting. They did not rise by seeking proof before they believed. They rose because they believed first, and the world had no choice but to conform. The mind will resist this at first. It will say, But I do not see it yet. How can I act as if it is already done when my senses tell me otherwise? This is where faith begins. Not blind faith in something outside of you, but faith in your own divine power to create. You must silence the mind's arguments and lean entirely into the feeling of your fulfilled desire. Do not try to force belief. Instead, relax into it. Dwell in it. Let it become so real in your imagination that you can no longer tell the difference between what is seen and what is felt. And when doubts arise, as they inevitably will, do not fight them. Simply return to the feeling of already having what you seek. Do not wrestle with old thoughts, for what you resist you strengthen. Instead, shift your attention back to the reality you choose to inhabit. The more you do this, the more natural it will become. And soon, what was once only imagined will begin to manifest in ways so seamless, so effortless, that it will seem as though it was always meant to be. There is no limitation except the one you impose upon yourself. The universe does not judge your desires, does not weigh them as possible or impossible. It simply reflects back to you what you assume to be true. If you assume limitation, you will see limitation. If you assume abundance, you will see abundance. The choice is always yours. You must take nothing personally in this world, for all of it is simply a projection of the self. If you see lack, look within and ask where you have assumed lack to be true. If you see rejection, ask where you have rejected yourself. If you see struggle, ask where you have believed that struggle is necessary, and then shift, choose anew, assume differently, and watch how quickly the reflection changes. You are not separate from your desires. You are not at the mercy of fate. You are the creator, the master, the divine force shaping every aspect of your reality. And the moment you step into this truth, the moment you claim your power with unwavering certainty, nothing will be withheld from you. Live now as though you already have all that you have asked for. Move now as though every prayer has been answered. Speak now as though you stand in the reality of your fulfilled dreams. And if you do this, truly, fully, completely, then you will never again wonder if manifestation is real. You will know because you will have lived it. There is no waiting in creation, there is only being. To wait implies that your desire is distant, that it exists somewhere outside of you, that time must pass before you can have it. But what if time were an illusion? What if distance were nothing more than a trick of the mind? What if, instead of waiting, you simply stepped into the reality where your desire is already fulfilled? You must understand that the moment you assume the feeling of your wish fulfilled, it is done. The world you see, the circumstances you believe to be real, are but the shadows of past assumptions. They have no power except the power you continue to give them. If you wish to step into a new reality, you must withdraw your attention from what is and place it entirely upon what you have declared to be. Look at your life now, at the things you experience daily. Each one of them is the outpicturing of a past belief. Whether consciously or unconsciously, you accepted these circumstances as true, and so they became true. But what was once assumed can be assumed again, differently, with greater intent. And the moment you shift that assumption, reality must shift with you. It is not a matter of hoping or wishing. It is not about asking the universe to grant you something outside of yourself. You are not a beggar at the doorstep of creation. You are the creator, the authority, the one who declares what is real. Do not fall into the illusion that you must earn or prove your worthiness. Worthiness was never in question. The only question is, what will you assume to be true? If you truly believed that your desire was already fulfilled, how would you act? How would you think, speak, move? Would you still worry, still doubt, still second-guess your ability to receive? No. You would carry yourself differently. You would move with confidence, with peace, with a quiet certainty that all is unfolding exactly as it should. This is the state you must occupy, not just for a moment, but persistently, unwaveringly, until it becomes second nature. Your imagination is the blueprint of your reality. What you hold in your mind's eye as real will be made real. There is no exception to this. The only reason so many fail to see their desires manifest is that they continue to waver. One moment they believe, the next moment they question. One day they affirm their desire is done, the next they look for evidence, and finding none, they doubt. This back and forth keeps them stuck in a loop of delay. But you will not do this. You will stand firm. You will live as though the world has already conformed to your desire. You will carry yourself as though your success is inevitable, because it is. You will walk with the knowing that what you have imagined is more real than what you see before you. And in doing so, what you see will change. This is not about pretending. It is not about ignoring reality. It is about choosing which reality you will accept. There are infinite possibilities, infinite versions of you existing right now. The only question is, which version will you align with? The moment you decide, the moment you shift into that state, you will notice the world around you begin to respond. Doors will open where before there were none. People will appear, opportunities will arise, events will unfold in ways you could not have predicted. But they will not come because you chased them. They will come because you became the version of yourself who already has them. They will come because you aligned with the state in which they naturally exist. You are never separate from what you seek. The idea that you must struggle, that you must prove yourself, that you must work tirelessly before you can receive, this is the greatest illusion of all. Creation is finished. Everything you could ever desire already exists. Your only task is to claim it. To claim it means to dwell in the feeling of already having it. It means to let go of needing, longing, or hoping. It means to rest in the absolute certainty that it is done. Do not concern yourself with how it will come to pass. The how is not your responsibility. The moment you try to control the how, you step out of faith and back into doubt. Your only task is to remain in the state of fulfillment. If ever you waver, if ever you feel doubt creeping in, return to the feeling. Remind yourself that the world is only a reflection. Do not be fooled by appearances. They are temporary, malleable, subject to the power of your assumption. And so you must live now as the person who has already received. You must think from the place of your fulfilled desire, not of it. Do not look at your desire as something in the distance. Step into it now. Let it become real within you. If you desire wealth, stop thinking of yourself as someone who is striving for it. Assume the consciousness of wealth now. Feel the freedom, the ease, the confidence that comes with financial abundance. Speak as one who has already received. Do not speak of lack. Do not entertain thoughts of struggle. The more you focus on not having, the more you reinforce the state of lack. If you desire love, cease looking for it outside of yourself. Become the embodiment of love. Feel as though you are already cherished, already adored, already surrounded by deep affection. Carry yourself as one who is already in the perfect relationship, and as you do, love must find you because you have aligned with it. If you desire health, stop identifying with illness. Do not speak of symptoms. Do not dwell in the identity of someone who is unwell. Assume the state of perfect health. Feel yourself whole, strong, vibrant. Your body is a servant to your mind. It will reflect what you assume to be true. There is nothing outside of you that has power over you. No condition, no circumstance, no force greater than your own belief. The only reality that matters is the one you choose to accept. The only truth that exists is the one you declare as real. You may look around and say, but I do not see it yet. And I tell you, the moment you see it, it is no longer creation. Creation happens in the unseen, in the assumption, in the knowing before the evidence appears. The evidence is always the last to arrive. It is the shadow of the belief that preceded it. Do not be swayed by appearances. Do not let the world tell you what is possible. You are the one who defines possibility. You are the one who shapes the world. If you persist in the feeling of the wish fulfilled, nothing can stop its manifestation. Let go of doubt, Let go of waiting. Let go of the illusion that you must struggle. Step into your power. Step into your knowing. Live now as though everything you have asked for is already here. For if you do, you will soon discover the greatest truth of all, that you were never separate from your desires to begin with, that what you sought was always seeking you, that you were always standing in the midst of your answered prayer, and the moment you finally accept this, the moment you finally believe, the world will have no choice but to bow to your assumption and deliver to you the life you have claimed as your own. There is no force outside of you deciding what you can or cannot have. There is no external power determining when or if your desires will come to pass. The only authority in your world is your assumption, what you accept as real, what you believe without question, what you feel is true even before the evidence appears. This is the key to all manifestation. The moment you truly grasp this, you will stop waiting for life to change and start living as the master of your reality. You must not allow yourself to be moved by appearances. The world you see is not solid, not fixed, not unchangeable. It is fluid, responsive, obedient to your inner state. What you experience today is merely the crystallization of past thoughts, past beliefs, past assumptions. But just as a river flows and changes course, so too can your reality shift, the moment you decide it must. Most people believe they are subject to external conditions, that life happens to them, that they must react to whatever is placed before them. But this is a falsehood, an illusion, that keeps them bound to circumstances they do not wish to experience. The truth is that life is not happening to you, it is happening through you. You are not here to be a spectator, you are here to be the creator. And so you must decide what you will accept as real. If you continue to see yourself as separate from your desires, you will remain separate from them. If you continue to act as though you are waiting, you will continue to wait. If you continue to seek validation from the external world before you believe, you will remain trapped in the cycle of delay. Instead, you must assume the state of the wish fulfilled. You must live from it, not toward it, not reaching for it, not hoping for it, but from it. This means feeling now as you would feel if your desire were already yours. This means thinking, speaking, and acting in accordance with the reality you have chosen. When you close your eyes, do you feel the joy of already having what you desire? Do you feel the relief, the peace, the certainty? Or do you still feel the longing, the separation, the waiting? If the latter, you must shift. You must make the feeling real within you, for what is real within must become real without. There is no effort required beyond the effort to remain faithful to your assumption. The moment you accept something as true, the world begins to rearrange itself to match that truth. But you must not waver. You must not contradict your assumption with doubt, fear, or hesitation. You must hold fast to your vision, even when the world seems unchanged. Think of the seed planted in the soil. The gardener does not dig it up each day to check if it is growing. He knows that growth is inevitable, that the process is already underway. He trusts that the unseen forces are working to bring forth the harvest. So too must you trust in the unseen power within you. Your assumption is the seed. The moment you plant it in consciousness and nourish it with unwavering belief, it must bear fruit. Do not concern yourself with time. The mind, bound to the illusion of linear progression, will try to impose deadlines, will try to measure progress, will try to dictate how and when things should unfold. But manifestation does not operate on human schedules. It operates according to the law of assumption, which knows only certainty, not time. If you say, "I will have this someday," you have placed your desire in the future, and so it will remain in the future. If you say, "It is already mine," you claim it in the present, and the present must shift to reflect that claim. Do not wait for the world to change before you change. Change within, and the world will follow. Your emotions are the signal that tells you what state you are in. If you feel anxious, uncertain, doubtful, you are in the state of not having. If you feel calm, fulfilled, grateful, you are in the state of having. And what you persist in feeling, you will inevitably experience. This is why it is not enough to simply visualize or affirm your desire. You must feel it real. You must walk as though it is already done. You must breathe as though the thing you long for has already arrived. The universe does not respond to empty words. It responds to the frequency of your being. If you desire wealth, do not entertain thoughts of lack. Do not count pennies with a sense of desperation. Instead, embody the energy of abundance. Feel as though you have more than enough. Move through life with the certainty that you are financially secure, and as you do, wealth will be drawn to you in ways you cannot predict. If you desire love, do not seek it from a place of loneliness. Do not ask, when will I find someone, for in doing so you affirm that love is missing. Instead, feel as though love is already surrounding you. Carry yourself as one who is cherished, adored, deeply connected. And as you do, love will reveal itself effortlessly. If you desire health, do not identify with illness. Do not speak of symptoms. Do not dwell in the mindset of struggle. Instead, assume the state of perfect well-being. Feel yourself strong, vibrant, whole. Let that feeling become more real to you than anything the senses may suggest. And as you do, the body must align with the new assumption. There is no force outside of you deciding whether or not you are worthy. There is no test you must pass, no permission you must seek. The only requirement is that you believe. And belief is not something you wait for, it is something you choose. When you claim something as yours in consciousness, reality must catch up. When you persist in the assumption, when you refuse to entertain anything but the fulfillment of your desire, when you move as though it is already done, the world has no choice but to reflect your conviction. Many will tell you that change is difficult, that success requires struggle, that you must fight and toil to achieve what you want. But those who say this do not understand the law. They do not realize that effort in the external world is unnecessary when the internal world is aligned. Creation is finished. Everything you could ever desire already exists in potential. Your task is not to force it into being, but to step into the version of yourself where it is already real. And when you do, when you truly accept that you are already living in the reality you desire, the outer world must shift to match it. And so you must not wait another moment. You must not delay your assumption by seeking proof before you believe. The proof will come after you believe. The change will appear after you have assumed it to be real. You must live now in this very moment as though all you have asked for is already yours. You must walk with the assurance that the answer has already been given. You must speak with the confidence of one who knows that their desire has already materialized. You must think, feel, and move in the certainty that the unseen is more real than what is seen. For when you do, when you persist in this state, when you hold firm to your vision with unwavering faith, there will come a moment, sudden, effortless, inevitable, when the world shifts and you will look around and realize that what was once only imagined has become your reality. And in that moment you will know beyond all doubt that you were never separate from your desires, that what you sought was never outside of you, that it was always waiting for you to assume its reality. And the moment you did, it had no choice but to appear. You must not allow your current circumstances to dictate your belief. What you see before you is nothing more than the after-image of old thoughts, old assumptions, old states of being. If you judge reality based on what appears in the moment, you remain trapped in a cycle of repetition, recreating the same experiences over and over again. But if you dare to look beyond appearances, if you dare to accept that what you assume to be real will become real, then you will understand that nothing is fixed, nothing is beyond your power to change. You must walk each day in the absolute conviction that your desire has already been fulfilled, not tomorrow, not someday, but now. You must speak as one who already possesses all that they have ever longed for. You must carry yourself with the quiet confidence of someone who knows that their dream is not on its way, it has already arrived. The world responds to certainty, not hesitation. If you ask tentatively, if you approach life with an attitude of if only or I hope, then the world will reflect that uncertainty back to you. But if you assume with absolute conviction, if you declare within yourself that it is already done, the world will mold itself to that belief. Your task is not to figure out how your desire will come to pass. That is not your concern. The moment you begin to analyze, to strategize, to question whether it is possible, you introduce doubt, and doubt delays. The how is never your responsibility. Your responsibility is to assume the feeling of the wish fulfilled and to remain there undisturbed by appearances, unaffected by time, unwavering in faith. There will be moments when the world seems unchanged, when reality appears to contradict your assumption. But this is merely a test of your persistence. Most people falter here, allowing fear to creep in, allowing old doubts to reclaim their minds, but not you. You will remain steadfast. You will understand that the external world must take time to reflect the shift that has already occurred within you. And so you will stand firm in your knowing, regardless of what the senses may suggest. If you wish to be free, you must think only from the perspective of freedom. If you wish to be loved, you must feel yourself already loved. If you wish to be abundant, you must walk in the state of abundance now, even if the world tells you otherwise. You cannot wait for proof. You cannot wait for evidence before you believe. You must believe first, and the evidence will follow. Do not allow the mind to wander into questions of when or how. These are distractions, obstacles placed before you by an old way of thinking. Instead, anchor yourself in the feeling of already having received. Live in that feeling so completely that it becomes your new normal. Let it be the first thing you feel upon waking and the last thing you feel before sleep. Let it be so real to you that the world has no choice but to conform. Most people fail to manifest because they attempt to hold two conflicting states at once. They affirm their desire while still identifying with its absence. They speak of abundance while still feeling lack. They visualize success while still fearing failure. And in doing so, they remain in limbo, neither moving forward nor remaining still. You must not make this mistake. You must choose one state and abide in it fully. You are not bound by past failures, by former limitations, by old stories you have told yourself. At any moment you can step into a new state. You can release every doubt, every fear, every lingering sense of unworthiness, and you can claim your birthright as the creator of your reality. The power has always been yours. The only thing required is that you accept it. Creation is not about force. It is not about effort. It is not about struggling to make something happen. It is about relaxing into the knowing that it is already done. It is about surrendering to the truth that what you have imagined is as real as anything you can touch, hear, or see. It is about moving with the assurance that the world is already aligning itself to match your assumption. There is nothing to chase, there is nothing to earn, there is nothing to prove. You need only be. Be the person who has already received. Be the one who no longer questions. Be the one who no longer waits. The moment you step into that being, the moment you take that identity as your own, the world will shift to confirm it. If you wish to see a change in your life, you must first become that change. If you want to experience joy, you must become joy. If you want to experience love, you must become love. If you want to experience success, you must become success. The external world will never give you what you are unwilling to assume as already yours. You must not waver when others question you. You must not look to the world for reassurance. The world will always reflect back to you what you most deeply believe. If you demand proof before you assume, you will wait forever. But if you assume without needing proof, proof will come. There is no difference between the great and the ordinary except in what they accept as true. The great do not wait for the world to confirm their success. They assume it, and the world falls into place. They do not ask whether they are worthy. They know they are, and the world mirrors that knowing. They do not hope for opportunities. They expect them, and so they appear. You must do the same. You must rise each day in the certainty that your dream is already real. You must act not from a place of wanting, but from a place of already having. You must speak not as one who hopes, but as one who knows. And when the world begins to shift, when the people, the circumstances, the opportunities begin to move in ways you could never have predicted, you will not be surprised, you will not be in awe, you will not marvel at the sudden transformation. You will simply nod in quiet assurance, knowing that it could never have been any other way. For you will have understood the greatest truth of all, that life has never been happening to you, it has always been responding to you. And now you finally know how to command it. You are the master of your reality. There is no external power, no unseen force deciding your fate. The only law that governs your life is the law of assumption. What you believe to be true must become true. There is no exception, no loophole, no special circumstance that can override this law. It is absolute, unwavering, and always working, whether you realize it or not. Look at the life you are living now. Every event, every relationship, every condition is a reflection of what you have previously assumed to be true. Whether consciously or unconsciously, you have accepted certain beliefs, and the world has dutifully mirrored them back to you. If you have experienced struggle, it is only because at some level you have accepted struggle as part of your story. If you have faced rejection, it is because you have unknowingly assumed yourself to be someone who can be rejected. If you have lived in lack, it is because you have believed in lack. But just as easily as you once assumed struggle, rejection, or lack, you can assume ease, love, and abundance. The power to write your story is always in your hands. It does not take time. It does not require effort. It requires only that you shift your awareness, that you step into the state of already having that which you desire. Most people go through life allowing circumstances to dictate their state of mind. They wait for things to change before they allow themselves to feel joy, success, or fulfillment. But this is backward. The world does not change first, you do. The moment you decide that you are already the person you wish to be, the moment you dwell so deeply in that state that it becomes your natural way of being, the world will have no choice but to reflect it back to you. You must stop thinking of your desires and start thinking from them. There is a vast difference between the two. To think of your desire is to see it as something separate, something distant, something you must still work toward. But to think from your desire is to assume it is already yours. It is to feel the relief, the satisfaction, the absolute knowing that what you have wished for is already a part of your reality. What will it feel like if you already had everything you have ever asked for? Close your eyes and dwell in that feeling. Let it take over your being. Let it replace every doubt, every fear, every thought of separation. For as long as you remain in that state, it must manifest. The world must shift to match your new assumption. Do not waver. Do not let appearances deceive you. If you plant a seed in the ground, you do not dig it up the next day to see if it is growing. You trust that the process is unfolding, that unseen forces are at work bringing your vision to life. So too must you trust in the power of your own assumption. The moment you claim something as yours, it is yours. The world may take time to catch up, but your only task is to remain faithful to your new reality. This is not wishful thinking. This is not pretending. This is the truth of how creation works. Everything you experience is the direct result of your state of being. Change the state, and the experience must change with it. Most people make the mistake of reacting to the world instead of creating it. They see lack and assume it is real. They see obstacles and assume they must fight against them. But the wise do not react. They create. They assume the feeling of already having what they desire, and they let the world rearrange itself accordingly. You must do the same. If you desire wealth, stop affirming that it is coming and start assuming that it is already here. If you desire love, stop seeking it outside of yourself and start embodying the feeling of already being loved. If you desire health, Stop identifying with illness and start dwelling in the certainty of perfect well-being. And when the world begins to change, when circumstances shift, when opportunities arise, when what once seemed impossible suddenly unfolds effortlessly before you, you will not be surprised. You will not doubt. You will not marvel at your own power. You will simply nod, knowing that it could never have been any other way. For you will have lived as though your desire was already yours, and in doing so, you will have made it so. There is nothing more to seek, there is nothing more to wait for. There is only the assumption, the unwavering belief, the feeling of already being the person you wish to be. And once you step into that state fully, completely, without hesitation, the world will yield to you. It will reshape itself in your image. It will bring to you all that you have claimed as yours. Because the greatest secret is this: you were never separate from your desires. They have always been within you, waiting for you to assume them as real. And the moment you do, they will be. You now hold the key. You now understand that the world is not something you must struggle against, not something you must beg for, not something you must wait on. The world is your mirror, reflecting back only what you assume to be true. So, what will you assume from this moment forward? Will you continue to see yourself as someone who is waiting, longing, hoping? Or will you step boldly into the knowing that everything you desire is already yours? Will you walk as one who has already received, who no longer questions, who no longer seeks, but simply is? This is your moment of decision. This is the moment where you stop letting life happen to you and start commanding it from within. Live now as though all your prayers have been answered. Move now as though the reality you once dreamed of is already here. Breathe now as though nothing is missing, as though nothing has ever been missing. For the truth is, nothing ever was. You were never separate from your desires. You were never unworthy. You were never powerless. You were always the creator, the authority, the force that shapes reality itself. And now, knowing this, you can never go back to living as though you are anything less. Go forth not in hope, but in certainty. Go forth not as a seeker, but as one who is already found. Go forth and live as if God has already answered, because He has. There comes a time in life when you find yourself walking a road that seems lonely, a path where familiar faces fade and the world you once knew feels distant. You wonder why relationships crumble, why the people you once trusted slip away, and why silence becomes your closest companion. But what if this solitude is not a punishment, but a divine invitation? What if God is setting you apart, not to break you, but to awaken something within you that only isolation can reveal? Every great transformation begins with separation. The seed must be buried in darkness before it can break open and reach for the light. The caterpillar must be wrapped in stillness before it can take flight. And so it is with you. God calls you into solitude because there are things He must whisper to your soul that the noise of the world would drown out. He removes the distractions, the opinions, the expectations, and even the comfort, so that you may come face to face with your own divinity. When everything around you is stripped away, you begin to see clearly. You recognize that your strength was never in the crowd, but in the one who breathed life into you. You discover that your worth was never in validation, but in the truth that you were chosen before the foundation of the world. You realize that what you thought was loneliness was actually alignment, a sacred preparation for the destiny that awaits you. God isolates His chosen ones because He has called them to something greater. You cannot carry the weight of divine purpose while clinging to the things that no longer serve you. You cannot step into new blessings while holding on to old attachments. So He removes, He refines, He resets. The people who walked away were not meant to stay. The opportunities that slipped through your fingers were not meant to hold. The places you outgrew were not meant to contain you. If you feel alone, understand that you are not abandoned. You are being elevated. This is the moment where you must trust, not in what you see, but in the unseen hand that is guiding you. The stillness is not emptiness. It is an open space where God can pour into you without interference. The silence is not rejection. It is an invitation to hear Him more clearly. You were never meant to fit in because you were created to stand out. You were never meant to walk with the crowd because you were destined to lead. And if the journey feels lonely, it is only because God is calling you higher. Let this solitude mold you, strengthen you, and prepare you. Because when the time comes, you will not return as the person you once were. You will rise as the person you were always meant to be. There is a deep mystery in being set apart, one that the world does not understand. It is easy to believe that solitude is a sign of rejection, that isolation means something has gone wrong. But in the divine order of things, to be set apart is to be prepared, and to be alone is to be strengthened. If you find yourself in a season where doors have closed, where people have walked away, where familiar comforts no longer satisfy, then you must understand this. God has removed you from the noise so that He may speak to you in the silence. You were not created to blend in with the world. You were not designed to follow the patterns of those around you. You are different, chosen, called for something greater than the ordinary rhythm of life. And when God calls someone into their true purpose, He often begins by stripping away everything they thought they needed. He takes away the things that were never truly theirs to keep. He removes the relationships that would have hindered their growth. He separates them from distractions, from false security, from the need for approval, because only in this sacred solitude can the truth of who you are be fully revealed. The discomfort of isolation is not meant to break you, but to refine you. When God removes everything familiar, He is asking you to trust in something greater than what your eyes can see. The foundation of your life is being rebuilt, your mind is being renewed, your spirit is being prepared for what is coming. And though it may feel painful, though it may feel as if you are wandering without direction, know this: nothing is being taken away that will not be replaced with something far greater. Look at the lives of those who were used mightily by God, and you will see a pattern. Every great leader, every great teacher, every great visionary was first called into isolation. Moses was set apart in the wilderness before he could lead. Joseph was betrayed and imprisoned before he could rule. David was anointed but had to endure years of solitude before he could wear the crown. Even Jesus Himself withdrew into the wilderness before stepping fully into His divine purpose. Why? Because there are lessons that can only be learned in solitude. There is strength that can only be gained in stillness. There is a voice that can only be heard in silence. You have been called into this season not to suffer, but to transform. You are not being punished, you are being prepared. You are not being abandoned, you are being positioned. And though your mind may seek answers, though your heart may long for understanding, faith will teach you that the answers do not come from the world, but from within. The solitude is not meant to weaken you, it is meant to awaken you. It is a divine reset, an invitation to step into a new reality, one where you no longer rely on what is external, but on the infinite power that has always been within you. In this season you must release the need for validation. You must let go of the illusion that you need people to complete you. You must surrender the idea that you are missing something, because the truth is, nothing has been lost. What is truly yours can never be taken from you. The people meant to walk with you will return in divine timing. The doors that need to open will do so effortlessly. But first you must come to know yourself without all the external distractions. You must stand in your own presence, unshaken by the absence of others, unwavering in your faith that everything is unfolding exactly as it should. Solitude is a mirror. It reveals what is hidden. It strips away the masks. It forces you to face the parts of yourself that have been neglected, the wounds that have been ignored, the fears that have been buried. And it is in this sacred unveiling that true healing begins, because when everything external is removed, You are left with the only thing that ever truly mattered, your connection to the divine. This is not the end of your story. It is the beginning of something far greater than you can comprehend. Every great transformation requires a period of isolation. Every masterpiece begins in the unseen. Every destiny is first shaped in the quiet places before it is revealed to the world. And so if you find yourself alone, do not despair, do not resist, do not seek to escape the silence. Instead, embrace it. Dive into it. Listen to the whispers of your soul, for in this stillness, in this sacred solitude, you will find the very thing you have been searching for all along. You will come to see that you were never truly alone, you were never abandoned, never forsaken. The presence of God has been with you all along, guiding you, shaping you, preparing you. And when the time comes, when the season of isolation has done its work, you will emerge renewed, transformed, awakened. You will not return as the person you once were. You will return as the person you were always meant to be. And the world will see the light that has been ignited within you, the strength that has been forged in the silence, the power that has been birthed in solitude. For now, trust the process, trust the unfolding, trust that every moment of isolation is leading you closer to your higher self, to your divine purpose, to the life that has been waiting for you all along. And when the time is right, when the preparation is complete, the doors will open, the right people will come, and everything that is meant for you will be revealed. Until then, stand firm in faith, embrace the silence, and know that you are exactly where you are meant to be. There is a reason why you feel distant from the world, why the people you once held close seem unreachable, why the things that once brought you comfort no longer satisfy your soul. This is not a mistake. This is not a random event. You are being set apart. You are being prepared for something greater than your current reality. It is not rejection, it is elevation. It is not abandonment, it is transformation. God has chosen you for a higher calling, and with that calling comes a necessary season of separation. You cannot step into your destiny while still clinging to the past. You cannot walk in divine purpose while carrying the weight of relationships that no longer align with where you are going. So, the separation comes. The solitude deepens. And in the stillness, you are forced to look within. You are forced to let go of what no longer serves you. You are forced to stand on your own, not because you are meant to be alone forever, but because you must first learn who you are without the distractions of the world. Everything you once relied on is being stripped away so that you may come to know the only thing that truly matters, your connection to the divine. This is where your strength is found. This is where your identity is revealed. This is where you discover that you are not dependent on the approval of others, that you are not defined by what you have lost, that you are not weakened by solitude, but strengthened by it. Do not resist this process. Do not fight against the changes that are unfolding in your life. There is a reason why certain people have walked away. There is a reason why doors have closed. There is a reason why you feel different, why you no longer fit into the spaces you once occupied. You are growing, you are evolving, you are being prepared for something far beyond what you can see. And with that growth comes discomfort. With that evolution comes moments of loneliness. But what you must understand is that this solitude is not emptiness. It is a sacred space where your true power is being revealed. The world will try to convince you that being alone is something to be feared, that silence is something to escape, that you must constantly surround yourself with people in order to be whole. But the truth is, solitude is where your greatest strength is born. It is where you learn to listen, not to the noise of the world, but to the voice of God within you. It is where your mind is renewed, where your faith is tested, where your purpose becomes clear. It is where you realize that you were never truly alone to begin with, that the presence of the divine has been guiding you all along, leading you toward a future far greater than you could have imagined. If you find yourself in a season of isolation, do not allow fear to take hold. Do not allow doubt to cloud your mind. Do not allow loneliness to convince you that you are forgotten. You are not forgotten. You are not overlooked. You are being set apart. You are being molded. You are being strengthened in ways you cannot yet understand. What feels like loss is actually alignment. What feels like separation is actually preparation. What feels like the end is actually the beginning of something new. Every great transformation requires a period of stillness. The seed must be buried in the darkness before it can break open and reach for the light. The caterpillar must be wrapped in stillness before it can become the butterfly. And so it is with you. This moment of solitude is not meant to harm you. It is meant to awaken you. It is meant to push you toward the version of yourself that has always been waiting on the other side of fear, doubt, and limitation. This is the season where you must learn to trust. Trust in the unseen, trust in the process. Trust that every closed door is making room for something better. Trust that every loss is clearing the way for something greater. Trust that God has not brought you this far to leave you. That every tear, every unanswered question, every moment of silence is working together for your highest good. You must come to understand that solitude is not a punishment, it is a privilege. It is an opportunity to grow without distraction, to heal without interference, to step into your power without compromise. It is in this space that you will come to see yourself clearly, not as the world defined you, but as God has always seen you. Strong, capable, chosen. You will come to realize that you do not need external validation to know your worth. You do not need constant companionship to feel complete. You do not need the approval of others to walk in confidence. Everything you need has already been placed within you, and it is in this season of solitude that you will learn to access it. Let go of the need to explain your journey to those who do not understand it. Let go of the desire to hold on to relationships that are no longer serving your growth. Let go of the fear that being alone means being forgotten. You are never alone. You are never forgotten. You are exactly where you are meant to be. And when the time is right, when this season of preparation has done its work, everything that is meant for you will come effortlessly. The right people will enter your life, not to fill a void, but to walk alongside you as equals. The right doors will open, not because you forced them to, but because you are ready to walk through them. The right opportunities will appear, not because you chased them, but because you became the person who was ready to receive them. But first you must embrace this moment. You must accept the silence, the stillness, the solitude. You must trust that what is being removed is making space for something greater. You must believe that every challenge is a lesson, every delay is divine timing, every lonely night is a step closer to the life you were always meant to live. And when this season comes to an end, when you emerge from this period of isolation, you will not be the same person you once were. You will be stronger, wiser, more aligned with your purpose than ever before. You will carry a power within you that cannot be shaken, a peace that cannot be disturbed, a faith that cannot be broken. So stand firm. Hold on to the truth that everything is happening for you, not against you. Know that God is not just taking things away, He is making room for what is truly yours. And when the time comes, you will look back on this season of solitude not with sorrow, but with gratitude. Because you will see that it was in this space of stillness that you found yourself, that you found your strength, that you found God in a way you never had before. And that is worth more than anything you thought you lost. You must begin to see this season not as a time of emptiness, but as a time of fulfillment. What the world calls loneliness, heaven calls preparation. What feels like separation is actually elevation. You are being pulled away from the familiar so that you may step into the extraordinary. You are being removed from the noise so that you may hear the truth. You are being taken out of the crowd so that you may discover the power that lies within you. There is nothing random about this process. Every shift, every loss, every moment of solitude has been divinely orchestrated for your transformation. It may not make sense now. You may not understand why certain people have walked away, why the doors you once relied upon have closed, why you no longer feel connected to the places and things that once gave you comfort. But one day, you will look back and realize that everything happened exactly as it needed to. You will see that nothing was taken from you. Rather, you were being guided towards something far greater than what you could have imagined. Right now, the world may not see you. They may not recognize the changes happening within you. They may not understand why you have pulled away, why you no longer engage in the same conversations, why your desires have shifted. That is because you are being made new. You are being prepared for something higher, something sacred, something beyond the reach of the ordinary. The world will only understand when they see the manifestation of what is being built in this season. Until then, you must trust the process, even when no one else does. The greatest transformations always happen in the unseen. The tree grows its deepest roots in silence, before it ever reaches toward the sky. The diamond is formed in the pressure of darkness before it ever shines in the light. The masterpiece is painted stroke by stroke in solitude before it is ever revealed to the world. And so it is with you. What is happening now, though invisible to the outside world, is shaping you into the person you were destined to be. Every moment of stillness is strengthening you. Every tear is watering the soil of your future. Every loss is making space for something that is meant to stay. This journey is not for everyone. Not everyone will understand why you have been set apart. Not everyone will see the vision God has placed within you. Not everyone will be able to walk with you in this season of transformation, but that is not your concern. You are not called to convince people of your path. You are not called to explain yourself to those who are not meant to understand. And you are called to walk in faith, to embrace the solitude, to trust that what is unfolding is leading you to something beyond what you could have planned for yourself. There is no need to fear the silence. There is no need to resist the isolation. This is where you find your true self, where you shed the old identities that no longer serve you, where you break free from the limitations that have kept you bound. You are no longer who you used to be. You are not the same person who needed constant validation, who feared rejection, who sought approval from others. That version of you is being left behind. In this sacred solitude, you are being reborn. You are coming into alignment with who you truly are, not who the world told you to be. There is a shift happening within you, a shift that will change everything. Your mind is being renewed, your spirit is being awakened, your purpose is being revealed. And though it may feel like you are in the wilderness now, know that every step is leading you closer to the promise. What is waiting for you on the other side of this season will make every moment of isolation worth it. The doors that will open, the people that will come, the opportunities that will unfold. Everything will align in divine timing. But first, you must be patient. You must allow the process to unfold without resistance. You must trust that even in the silence, God is working. Even in the stillness, things are shifting. Even when it seems like nothing is happening, everything is happening beneath the surface. You are growing in ways that cannot yet be seen. You are being prepared for a life that you cannot yet imagine. And when the time is right, when the foundation has been laid, when you have fully stepped into the strength of who you are, everything that is meant for you will come effortlessly. There is nothing to fear, there is nothing to doubt. You are not lost, you are being guided. You are not forgotten, you are being protected. You are not alone, you are being held. And when this season has done its work, when you emerge from this sacred solitude, you will not just return as the person you once were, you will return transformed. You will return empowered. You will return as the person you were always destined to be. You must begin to embrace the silence, for it is not an emptiness, but a space filled with divine intention. Every moment of solitude is carving out within you a new depth of understanding, a new level of faith, a new awareness of your own power. The world may not see what is happening inside of you, but that does not mean the transformation is not real. It is happening beneath the surface, like roots growing deep into the earth before the tree ever appears. There is a breaking that must take place before the breakthrough. The breaking of old patterns, old mindsets, old attachments that have kept you from stepping into your highest self. This breaking is not meant to harm you, but to free you. The attachments that once defined you are dissolving so that you may stand fully in the truth of who you are. You are learning that you are not dependent on anything external for your strength. You are not dependent on the approval of others. You are not defined by relationships that have ended. You are not weakened by loss. You are strengthened by it. It is in this season of separation that you will come to realize what truly matters. You will see how much time you spent chasing after things that were never meant to last. You will recognize the illusions that kept you bound, the fears that kept you small, the distractions that kept you from walking fully in your divine purpose. And once your eyes have been opened, you will never again settle for anything less than what is truly meant for you. Let go of the need to understand everything in this moment. Let go of the need to see the full picture. Your human mind may not yet grasp the divine orchestration that is at work in your life, but that does not mean it is not happening. Trust the process. Trust that the pain has a purpose. Trust that the delays are divine. Trust that what feels like an ending is actually a beginning. Every great leader, every great visionary, every person who has ever stepped into their highest calling has walked through a season of isolation. Moses was alone in the wilderness before leading his people to freedom. Joseph was betrayed and cast into prison before rising to a position of power. Jesus withdrew to the mountains to pray before performing miracles. The pattern is clear. Before elevation, there is separation. Before the promise is fulfilled, there is a period of preparation. Before destiny unfolds, there is a necessary refining. This is the refining season. This is where everything that is not truly you is stripped away. This is where your strength is tested, where your faith is made unshakable, where your heart is purified from everything that is not aligned with your divine purpose. Do not despise this process. Do not resist it. What is being built within you in this season will be the foundation for everything that is to come. You must be willing to release the past in order to receive the future. You must be willing to step into the unknown, to walk forward even when you cannot yet see the path. This is what faith requires. This is what transformation demands. You cannot hold on to what was and step fully into what is meant to be. You cannot carry the weight of yesterday into the promise of tomorrow. There is something greater waiting for you on the other side of this season. There is a life beyond anything you have imagined, a future so beautiful, so aligned, so abundant, that if you could see it now, you would not question a single thing that is happening in your life. You would not fear the solitude, you would not resist the changes, you would not grieve what has left, because you would know, without a doubt, that everything is happening exactly as it should. The people who walked away were not meant to stay. The doors that closed were not the right ones. The silence is not abandonment. It is an invitation to go deeper, deeper into your purpose, deeper into your faith, deeper into your divine connection. This is not the time to shrink back in fear. This is the time to rise. This is the time to trust. This is the time to fully surrender to the unfolding of something far greater than you can comprehend. There will come a day when you look back on this season with gratitude. There will come a moment when you understand why everything had to happen the way it did. The pain will make sense. The losses will no longer feel like losses. The delays will be revealed as divine protection. And in that moment you will stand in awe of the way it all came together. You will see that you were never alone, never forgotten, never forsaken. You were being prepared, you were being positioned, you were being made ready for the life that was always meant to be yours. So do not resist this solitude, do not fear the silence, do not doubt the journey. You are exactly where you are meant to be, and when this season has fulfilled its purpose, When the time is right, everything that is meant for you will come with ease, with clarity, with certainty. You will no longer question. You will no longer fear. You will simply know. Because you will have become the person who was always meant to receive it. Every moment of solitude is an invitation to step deeper into yourself, to listen beyond the noise of the world, to hear the still, small voice that has been calling you all along. You are not here to blend in, to follow the crowd, to move as the world moves. You are here to awaken, to rise, to become something more than what you have been set apart. This is why you have been set apart. This is why the distractions have been removed. This is why certain people could not continue on this journey with you. It is not rejection, it is redirection. It is not punishment, it is preparation. You are being refined in the silence. In the stillness, you are becoming stronger, wiser, more aligned with your divine purpose. You may not see the full picture yet, but something within you knows that you are being guided. You can feel it in the way your desires have changed, in the way your mind has expanded, in the way your heart has learned to let go. What once mattered no longer holds the same weight. What once defined you no longer feels like truth. This is the transformation. This is the shedding of the old so that you may step fully into the new. There is a reason why you no longer fit into certain spaces. There is a reason why conversations that once entertained you now feel empty. There is a reason why you feel the pull to go inward, to be still, to disconnect from the noise. It is because something greater is being revealed to you. You are seeing what most people do not see. You are understanding what most people do not understand. The world will call it loneliness, but heaven calls it consecration. You are being set apart so that you may rise into the fullness of who you were always meant to be. This is not a time to seek validation from others. This is not a time to look for reassurance outside of yourself. No one else can walk this path for you. No one else can see the vision that has been placed within you. No one else can understand the depth of your transformation. And that is okay. You are not meant to be understood by everyone. You are not meant to be accepted by the masses. You are meant to walk in divine alignment, to move with unwavering faith, to trust that what is happening within you is far more important than what is happening around you. Let go of the need to explain yourself. Let go of the need to be seen, to be heard, to be recognized. Your validation does not come from the world. Your worth is not determined by the opinions of others. What is being built within you will speak for itself in time. The shift that is happening inside of you will become so undeniable that the world will have no choice but to take notice. But by then, you will no longer be concerned with their recognition. By then, you will have outgrown the need for approval. By then, you will be so deeply rooted in your truth that nothing outside of you will shake you. This is the power of solitude. This is the gift of being set apart. It is not an easy journey, but it is a necessary one. You cannot carry the weight of your past into the future that is being prepared for you. You cannot cling to what was and still step fully into what is to come. There is a shedding that must take place, a releasing, a surrendering. Only then will you be able to receive what has been waiting for you all along. You may not understand it now, but one day you will. One day you will look back on this season and realize that it was the turning point, the moment everything shifted, the moment you stopped seeking and started knowing, the moment you released fear and stepped fully into faith. And when that day comes, you will see that every moment of solitude was worth it. Every tear, every unanswered question, every silent night, it was all leading you to the life that was always meant for you. So trust this process. Trust that what is being removed is making space for something greater. Trust that what feels like isolation is actually elevation. Trust that you are being prepared, molded, refined into the person you were always destined to be, and when the time is right, when you have become the version of yourself that is ready to receive, everything that is meant for you will come with ease, with clarity, with divine alignment. You will no longer chase, you will no longer question, you will simply know. Because you will have become the person who was always meant to have it. You are being positioned for something that cannot be rushed. The timing of your life is not random. Every shift, every delay, every door that closed was necessary. You are not being punished, you are being perfected. The silence is not emptiness, it is divine alignment. The loneliness is not abandonment, it is a sacred invitation to discover the fullness of your own being. There are things you must learn in the quiet, lessons that cannot be taught in the presence of distraction. You are being refined, redefined, and made whole in a way that will make sense only in hindsight. The world would have you believe that isolation is a curse, that being set apart is something to fear. But this is not a curse, it is a calling. Not everyone is chosen to walk this path. Not everyone is meant to carry the weight of divine purpose. That is why you cannot compare your journey to others. That is why you cannot measure your progress by worldly standards. What is happening in you is beyond what the eyes can see, beyond what the mind can comprehend. You are becoming, and becoming requires separation. It requires distance from what no longer serves you. It requires the breaking away from the old so that the new can emerge. There is a stripping away that must take place before the unveiling. Every illusion that has clouded your vision, every attachment that has weighed you down, every belief that has limited your expansion, it is all being removed. Do not resist this process. Do not cling to what is being released. You are not losing anything of true value. You are being emptied so that you can be filled with something greater. You are being realigned with the highest version of yourself. This is the preparation before the elevation. This is the pruning before the flourishing. This is the fire before the gold. You must come to a place where you no longer fear being alone. You must find comfort in your own presence, strength in your solitude, wisdom in your stillness. Because when the time comes, when the doors open, when the floodgates of blessings pour into your life, you will need to be ready. You will need to be grounded, unwavering, unshaken by the noise of the world. What is being built in you now is not just for this moment. It is for the rest of your life. The lessons you are learning, the strength you are cultivating, the faith you are developing will sustain you through every season that follows. There is no need to force anything. There is no need to chase, to beg, to strive in desperation. What is meant for you will find you when you are ready. And readiness is not about doing more. It is about becoming more. It is about aligning yourself so completely with your divine purpose that when the blessings come, they do not overwhelm you, but instead flow through you with ease. That is why this time alone is sacred. That is why you must embrace it fully. There is a reason why things are happening the way they are. There is a reason why certain doors did not open, why certain people had to leave, why certain plans did not unfold the way you expected. It is all working together for your highest good. You are not forgotten, you are not overlooked, you are not behind. You are exactly where you need to be. The unfolding of your destiny is not on anyone else's timeline. It is moving at the perfect pace even when it does not feel like it. Even when you cannot see the progress, trust that it is happening. Even when nothing seems to be changing, know that everything is shifting beneath the surface. Faith is not about seeing, it is about knowing. It is about trusting that what is unseen is more real than what is visible. You are walking a path that not everyone will understand. You are being shaped in ways that cannot be explained. The greatest secret of creation lies not in struggle, nor in desperate pursuit, but in a quiet, effortless surrender. Most believe that to attain their deepest desires they must chase, toil, and labor endlessly. They believe manifestation requires force, yet they fail to see the unseen law of life, relaxation. In relaxation, the mind becomes a fertile ground where all seeds of desire take root. The one who understands this principle ceases to wrestle with reality and instead steps into the effortless flow of creation, where dreams materialize as naturally as the rising of the sun. True manifestation does not come from anxious thoughts or restless striving, but from a deep inner knowing a calm expectation that what is desired is already so. The power that brings all things into being does not respond to force, it responds to faith, to the stillness that knows beyond doubt. When you relax, you allow the unseen forces to move. When you relax, you step into the realm where all things are already done. But how does this work? Why does relaxation hold the key to everything you desire? There is a space between thoughts, a quiet realm where all creation begins. It is in this space that the formless takes form, where the unseen becomes seen, and where desires slip effortlessly from imagination into reality. Yet most people fill this space with worry, fear, and doubt, unaware that these are the very barriers keeping their desires from them. The moment you release tension, the moment you let go of frantic effort, you enter the sacred state where all things are possible. Consider the artist who paints with ease, the musician who plays without strain, the writer who lets words flow like a river. It is never in tension that mastery is found, but in a state of complete surrender to the process. The same law governs manifestation. The one who relaxes into the certainty of their wish fulfilled moves mountains without lifting a finger. The one who rests in the awareness that all things are already his finds doors opening where once there were walls. Most people do not trust the power of ease. They have been taught that struggle is noble, that effort is the key, that to manifest one's desires one must fight against the currents of life. But the universe is not moved by struggle. It is moved by belief. And belief is never found in tension. It is found in deep, quiet confidence. The ocean does not strive to reach the shore. The sun does not strain to rise in the morning, and the flower does not wrestle with the earth to bloom. Each follows the law of its nature, effortlessly unfolding into what it was always meant to be. Your desires are not things to be chased, but things to be accepted. They are not outside of you waiting to be seized, but within you waiting to be realized. And realization comes through relaxation. Imagine a man who desires wealth. He spends his days consumed with thoughts of lack, his nights filled with restless longing, his actions driven by fear that he may never have enough. He believes he is manifesting, but in truth he is pushing his desire further away. Why? Because he is living in the state of one who does not have. Now, picture another man. He has the same desire, but instead of striving, he relaxes into the knowing that wealth is already his. He sees himself as abundant, feels the reality of it within, and trusts that all will unfold as it should. He does not chase, he attracts. He does not force, he allows. And soon, opportunities arise, ideas come, and circumstances shift to reflect his inner state. He has done nothing but assume the feeling of his wish fulfilled, and the world reshapes itself to match. This is the law at work. You do not manifest by fighting for what you want, but by becoming the one who already has it. And you cannot become that person through anxiety, through stress, through desperate longing. You become it through inner stillness, through deep relaxation, through the quiet conviction that all is already done. Think of a seed planted in the earth. Once it is placed in the soil, there is no need to dig it up each day to see if it has begun to sprout. The gardener does not fret, does not worry, does not beg the seed to grow. He trusts. He waters, he waits, and he allows nature to take its course. The same is true for your desires. Once you have imagined them, once you have felt them real, your only task is to rest in the certainty that they are on their way. But what does it mean to truly relax? It is not the passivity of indifference, nor is it the stagnation of inaction. To relax is to dwell in the feeling of the wish fulfilled. It is to walk as though your desires are already a reality, to think and speak from the perspective of one who possesses all they have asked for. It is to let go of the how and trust in the unseen hand that moves all things into perfect place. Doubt is the only thing that delays manifestation, and doubt is born from a mind that cannot be still, a mind that questions, that fears, that demands proof before belief. But proof does not come before belief. Belief is the force that calls proof into existence. The moment you relax into your vision, the moment you accept it as true without needing to see it first, the wheels of creation begin to turn. There is no exception to this law. The one who relaxes will always receive. The one who trusts will always see evidence unfold. It does not matter how grand the desire, how distant it may seem, how impossible it may appear. The universe does not measure difficulty. It only responds to states of being. And the state of being that calls forth all things is one of ease, one of peace, one of unwavering trust. Have you ever noticed that the things you manifest effortlessly are the ones you care the least about? The small desires that seem insignificant come with no struggle because there is no resistance, no tension, no questioning. You think of them lightly and they appear as if by magic. But the moment you place great importance on something, the moment you begin to obsess over it, fear losing it, and wonder when it will come, you create a barrier that keeps it at bay. This is why relaxation is the master key. It removes resistance, dissolves doubt, and opens the door for all that you seek. It is not your effort that brings things to you. It is your ability to rest in the knowing that they are already yours. If you could simply let go of worry, if you could cease all mental struggle and surrender to the feeling of your wish fulfilled, you would be astonished at how swiftly life rearranges itself in your favor. The answers you seek would come, the opportunities you long for would present themselves, and the people, circumstances, and resources required for your manifestation would align effortlessly. You have spent too long believing in difficulty. You have been conditioned to think that only through struggle can great things be achieved. But the greatest secret has always been this: relax, and you will manifest anything you desire. The nature of reality is far simpler than you have been led to believe. You have been conditioned to see life as a series of challenges, to believe that only through tireless effort and ceaseless labor can anything be attained. But all around you, there is evidence that the greatest things in life emerge not through struggle, but through a natural unfolding. Look at the trees. They do not force themselves to grow. They simply absorb the nourishment given to them and expand in due time. The rivers do not battle against their path. They simply flow. And in that effortless flow, they carve canyons and shape landscapes. The same principle applies to the manifestation of your desires. The more you struggle, the more resistance you create. The more you allow, the more life conforms to your vision. There is nothing unnatural about the process of manifestation. It is not something reserved for the few, not a mysterious power possessed by the enlightened alone. It is as natural as breathing, as constant as the beating of your heart. But just as one can disrupt the rhythm of breath by overthinking, just as one can disturb the stillness of water by frantic movement, so too can the natural unfolding of your desires be hindered by your own restless mind. The more you grasp at what you want, the more it eludes you. The more you relax, the more effortlessly it comes. Consider a person who desires love. They long for a relationship, for companionship, for the deep connection of another soul. But instead of resting in the certainty that love is theirs, they worry. They fear being alone. They analyze every interaction. They question whether they are worthy. In doing so, they send out a signal of lack, a message to the unseen forces that they do not yet possess what they seek. Their anxiety keeps love at a distance, not because love is unavailable, but because they have not allowed themselves to become the person who already has it. Love does not come to the desperate, it is drawn to the fulfilled. The one who is at peace with themselves, who feels the joy of love within before it appears without, is the one to whom love effortlessly gravitates. The same is true of wealth. Many desire financial abundance, yet they live in a constant state of lack. They check their bank accounts with anxiety, they worry about expenses, they chase money with the fear that it may slip away. And in doing so, they affirm their own poverty. They are not living in the state of wealth, they are living in the state of lack. But wealth is not a thing to be chased, it is a state to be assumed. The moment one relaxes into the feeling of abundance, the moment they see themselves as already possessing what they desire, their external world reshapes itself to reflect that inner truth. There is an unseen intelligence that governs all things, a force that responds not to effort but to certainty. This is why children manifest so effortlessly. They do not question, they do not doubt, they do not overanalyze. When a child imagines themselves as a hero, as an adventurer, as anything at all, they believe it completely. They do not concern themselves with how it will happen. They simply know it to be so in their hearts. And because they have not yet been taught to fear, to doubt, to struggle, their desires often come with ease. They have not yet learned to stand in their own way. You have spent years building barriers against your own power. You have been taught that life is difficult, that only through struggle can you achieve, that your desires are distant and must be pursued with relentless effort. But none of this is true. Your desires are already yours, already present in the unseen realm, waiting only for your acceptance. The only thing keeping them from you is your own unwillingness to let go, to trust, to relax into the knowing that they are already done. Think of the moments in your life when things have flowed effortlessly, when opportunities arose without struggle, when answers came without force. These were the moments when you were in alignment, when you were not grasping, when you were simply being. Perhaps it was a time when you were fully immersed in joy, when you were so at peace that everything you desired seemed to come to you without effort. This was no accident. It was a glimpse into the natural state of manifestation, the state in which all things come easily, because there is no resistance, no fear, no doubt to block the flow. The key is to live in that state always, to remain in a place of deep inner calm, where you do not need to see physical proof before you believe. The moment you require evidence, you are placing your faith in the external world, instead of in the creative power within you. But creation does not work from the outside in, it works from the inside out. What you accept as true in your inner world will always be reflected in the outer. You do not need to force yourself to believe. You do not need to struggle to convince yourself of your desires. You only need to relax, to let go of the mental tension that keeps them at bay. How do you feel when you know something is certain? There is no stress, no worry, no questioning. There is only ease. This is the state you must cultivate, the state of knowing that what you desire is already yours. Some may say, but I have tried to believe. I have tried to relax, and yet my desires have not come. And to this the answer is simple. You have not truly let go. You have not fully stepped into the feeling of having. You are still waiting for the world to show you proof before you accept it as real. But the world does not show you proof first. You must assume it before you see it. You must embody the feeling of already having. And when you do, reality has no choice but to align with that assumption. Imagine for a moment that your desire has already been fulfilled. How would you feel? How would you think, act, and move through life if you already had what you long for? Would you be anxious? Would you be desperate? Or would you be at peace, knowing that all is well? That is the state you must live in, not just for a fleeting moment, but consistently, effortlessly. And you can only do this by relaxing, by surrendering all need to control, by trusting that the unseen is just as real as the seen. Nothing is withheld from you except what you refuse to claim. The universe is not keeping your desires from you, it is waiting for you to accept them. And acceptance does not come through struggle, through forcing yourself to believe, through grasping at every technique and method. Acceptance comes through stillness, through inner peace, through the quiet certainty that what you seek is already yours. You may wonder, how long must I wait? How long must I remain in this state before my desires appear? But the question itself reveals doubt, and doubt is the very thing that delays. The one who is truly relaxed does not ask when, does not concern themselves with time. They know it is already done, and in that knowing, time becomes irrelevant. If you could only understand how effortlessly life is meant to flow, you would never again allow yourself to fall into struggle. You would never again entertain thoughts of lack, of doubt, of fear. You would walk through life with the ease of one who knows that all things are already his, and in that ease you would find the world reshaping itself to reflect your certainty. You have spent enough time fighting against the current. You have spent enough time believing in difficulty, in struggle, in limitation. But now you are being called to remember the truth, that all you desire is already yours, that you do not need to chase, that you do not need to force, that you only need to relax, and in that relaxation, all things will come to you effortlessly. The moment you truly understand this, everything in your life will change. You will no longer live in a state of waiting, no longer measure time by how long it takes for things to appear. You will no longer wonder whether your desires will manifest, because you will know with absolute certainty that they already exist in the unseen and are only waiting for the right moment to be revealed. This is the greatest freedom, to walk through life unbothered by circumstances, untouched by delays, unmoved by appearances. The one who masters this state moves through the world with an effortless grace, for they know that nothing is missing, nothing is lacking, and all things are unfolding in divine perfection. Think of the air you breathe. You do not question whether there will be enough air for you. You do not wake up each morning in fear that you may run out of breath. You trust without effort that the air is always available. You inhale and exhale without thinking, without forcing, without worrying about how it happens. And because you do not resist, your breathing remains natural, easy, uninterrupted. But imagine if you began to doubt the air, if you started to worry that your next breath may not come. What would happen? You would struggle, you would gasp, you would feel as though you were suffocating, even though the air is still there. The struggle would not come from the air disappearing, but from your own resistance. This is how most people approach manifestation. They do not trust that their desires are already present. They do not allow themselves to breathe easily in the knowledge that what they seek is already theirs. Instead, they worry, they grasp, they doubt, and in doing so they create resistance. The struggle they feel is not because their desires are far away. It is because they are suffocating themselves with their own disbelief. But the moment they relax, the moment they release all doubt, they find that what they longed for was always within reach. It has never been about effort. It has always been about alignment. The one who understands this stops chasing, stops trying, stops exhausting themselves with endless methods and techniques. They simply step into the state of already having, and in that state they become magnetic. Everything they once pursued now pursues them. Everything they once struggled to attain now arrives with ease. They do not have to force doors open. Doors open before them because they are walking in the assumption that they belong there. You have been taught to believe in effort, in hard work, in the idea that success and fulfillment require sacrifice. But those who manifest with ease do not live by these principles. They live by faith, by inner knowing, by the deep, quiet certainty that the world must conform to their assumptions. And it always does. It always has. The only thing that has ever delayed your desires is your own disbelief, your own unwillingness to accept what is already yours. The person who desires health but constantly worries about illness affirms sickness, not wellness. The one who desires wealth but feels anxious about money affirms lack, not abundance. The one who longs for love but fears rejection affirms loneliness, not connection. This is the great paradox. What you focus on with doubt and fear you push away, but what you accept as already true without resistance comes effortlessly. You do not need to control the external world. You do not need to manipulate circumstances, convince others, or force things to happen. Your only work is to align internally, to enter the state of already having, and to rest in that state with complete faith. The world will take care of the rest. There is no need to concern yourself with how your desires will come. The mind, conditioned by the limitations of logic, always wants to know the steps, the methods, the precise chain of events that will lead to fulfillment. But manifestation does not work through logic, it works through alignment. The moment you assume that what you seek is already yours, reality begins rearranging itself in ways beyond your comprehension. People, opportunities, and circumstances shift in ways that seem miraculous, yet they are only the natural response to your state of being. Think back to times when things have fallen into place without effort, when solutions appeared seemingly out of nowhere, when the right people arrived at the right time. These moments were not coincidences. They were glimpses of how reality always works when you are in alignment. When you are relaxed, when you are at peace, when you are certain, life flows in your favor. But the moment you introduce doubt, the moment you begin to question whether things will work out, you disrupt the flow and create unnecessary struggle. What would happen if you decided right now that everything you desire is already yours? What if you no longer worried, no longer questioned, no longer felt the need to force anything? What if you walked through life with the quiet confidence of one who already possesses all they have ever wanted? The answer is simple. Your world would transform. Not in the distant future, not in some far-off time, but now. Because reality is always a reflection of your state of being. The moment you shift internally, everything around you must shift to match. But most people do not trust this. They look at their circumstances and allow what they see to dictate what they believe. They wait for proof before they feel secure, not realizing that proof only appears after belief is established. The ones who manifest effortlessly are those who do not need to see first. They believe first, and because they believe, they see. You may say, but I have tried to believe, I have tried to feel as though my desires are already mine, but nothing has changed. And if this is the case, it is only because you have not truly let go. Somewhere within you are still doubting, still questioning, still waiting for evidence before you fully accept. But the moment you truly surrender, the moment you relax so deeply into the knowing that you no longer care when or how your desire appears, that is the moment it begins to materialize. This is why some people manifest the things they no longer care about. Have you ever noticed that the desires you hold most lightly, the ones you do not obsess over, come with ease? This is because there is no resistance, no mental struggle, no energetic blockage. You simply think of them, accept them, and forget about them, and soon they appear. But the things you want the most, the things you worry about, the things you constantly check for, these are the things that take the longest. Not because they are difficult to manifest, but because your own doubt keeps them away. What if for just one day you decided to live as though everything you desire is already yours? What if instead of waiting for things to change before you feel peace, you chose to feel peace first? What if you no longer allowed circumstances to dictate your state, but instead allowed your state to dictate circumstances? If you did this, you would see that life is not happening to you, it is responding to you. You do not need to do more, you do not need to strive harder, you do not need to fight against reality, you only need to relax into the knowing that everything is already done. The doors you once thought were closed will open without effort. The opportunities you once chased will find their way to you. The love, the wealth, the success, the happiness you once believed were distant will become your reality. Not because you forced them into existence, but because you finally allowed them to be. The moment you stop trying, the moment you stop grasping, the moment you stop worrying, everything you have ever wanted will come rushing toward you. Because it was never about chasing, it was always about receiving. It was never about effort, it was always about belief. It was never about forcing, it was always about allowing. And the key to allowing is simple. Relax, let go, trust. And in that effortless state, watch as the universe moves in ways beyond your imagination to bring you everything you have ever desired. The nature of creation has always been effortless. The stars did not struggle to shine, the sun did not force itself to rise, and the rivers did not labor to carve their paths. Everything in existence moves with a natural flow, an ease that allows life to unfold perfectly. Yet, somewhere along the way, humanity was taught that effort and struggle are the only means to attain anything. This is the great illusion, the false belief that keeps so many trapped in cycles of disappointment and frustration. Look at the moments when you have received exactly what you wanted without struggle. Think of the times when the perfect opportunity arrived unexpectedly, when someone gave you exactly what you needed without you even asking, when a problem you once worried over resolved itself without your interference. These moments were not accidents. They were glimpses into how life is meant to be. But instead of trusting that this is the natural way of things, most people convince themselves that these experiences were rare exceptions rather than the rule. What if the effortless manifestation of your desires was not an anomaly but a constant? What if, instead of viewing success, wealth, love, and happiness as things you must tirelessly pursue, you saw them as things that are already seeking you? The only reason they seem distant is because you have placed yourself in a state of resistance. The moment you release that resistance, the moment you surrender your doubts and fears, the things you have been chasing will begin to chase you. There is no struggle in receiving, only in resisting. Imagine for a moment that you are standing in a river, trying to walk against the current. Every step is difficult, every movement exhausting, And no matter how hard you push forward, the force of the water pushes back against you. This is how most people live their lives, constantly battling, constantly striving, constantly exhausting themselves in an attempt to control outcomes. But now imagine what would happen if you simply stopped resisting and allowed yourself to flow with the current. Instead of fighting, you would be carried effortlessly to exactly where you need to be. This is the state of allowing, the state where manifestation becomes effortless. The reason some people seem to attract everything they desire with ease is not because they are lucky, nor because they possess some secret knowledge that others do not. It is because they have mastered the art of surrender. They do not fight against reality. They shape it from within by aligning themselves with the feeling of already having what they desire. The ones who struggle the most are often those who believe they must see proof before they can believe. But manifestation does not work this way. The external world does not shape your inner world. Your inner world shapes the external. If you need evidence before you can believe in something, you are placing power outside of yourself, and in doing so you are making yourself a slave to circumstances. The true creator does not wait for proof. They believe first, and because they believe, proof appears. Many will hear these words and say, "But I have believed, I have tried, I have done everything I can to convince myself that my desires are already mine, but nothing has changed." And the truth is, they have not truly let go. Somewhere in their mind, they are still waiting, still checking for signs, still wondering when it will happen. This is not true belief. This is hoping, wishing, and waiting. True belief has no urgency, no need to check, no fear of delay. It rests in the certainty that what is desired is already done. Think of a time when you ordered something online. You placed the order, received confirmation, and then went about your day without worry. You did not call the company every hour to ask if your package was on its way. You did not doubt whether it would arrive. You simply expected it. And because you expected it, you acted accordingly. You did not question whether the process would work, you trusted it. This is the same level of certainty you must bring to the manifestation of your desires. You must know without a shadow of a doubt that what you seek is already coming to you. But most people do not treat their desires this way. They place an order with the universe, but instead of trusting that it will arrive, they doubt, they worry, they try to interfere with the process. They ask, why hasn't it come yet? What if it doesn't work? What if I did something wrong? And in doing so, they cancel their own requests, sending out mixed signals that keep their desires in a state of uncertainty. The moment you stop questioning, the moment you stop checking, the moment you stop needing evidence before you believe, you unlock the flow that allows everything to come effortlessly. But this requires a deep level of relaxation, a trust so profound that you no longer even concern yourself with when or how your desires will appear. You simply live as though they are already yours. This is why some people manifest their desires effortlessly while others struggle. It is not because some are more deserving than others, nor because some are more capable. It is because those who manifest with ease do not resist. They do not stand in their own way with doubt, fear, or anxiety. They assume the feeling of already having, and because they assume it, reality conforms to match their inner state. There is a reason why desperation repels and confidence attracts. The person who is desperate for love chases it, worries about it, overthinks every interaction, and in doing so they send out a signal of lack. But the one who knows they are already loved, who does not seek validation, who moves through the world with the quiet confidence of someone who knows they are deeply desired, this is the one who effortlessly draws love into their life. The same principle applies to wealth. The one who constantly worries about money, who checks their bank account in fear, who stresses over every expense, affirms their own lack. But the one who feels wealthy, who moves through life as though abundance is already theirs, who does not allow their sense of security to be dictated by numbers, this is the one who attracts financial prosperity without effort. Most people believe that they must take action to manifest their desires. But action is only effective when it comes from a place of certainty. The person who takes action from a state of fear, of lack, of worry, only reinforces those states. But the one who acts from a place of already having, who moves through life with the inner knowing that all things are working in their favor, this is the one whose actions produce effortless results. You do not need to do more. You do not need to try harder. You do not need to force anything. You only need to align your inner world with the feeling of already having, and everything else will take care of itself. The more you relax into this truth, the more you will see evidence of it everywhere. The world you experience is not separate from you, it is a reflection of you. If you do not like what you see, do not try to change the reflection. Change the source. Change your inner state, and the world must conform. The moment you relax, the moment you surrender all doubt, the moment you trust so deeply that you no longer even question, everything will begin to shift. And when it does, you will look back and wonder why you ever doubted, why you ever struggled, why you ever believed that life was anything but effortless. You will see that the universe was never against you, that your desires were never far away, that everything you ever wanted was always within reach. The only thing that kept it from you was your own resistance. But now you know better. Now you see the truth. Now you understand that everything is already yours. There is nothing left to force, nothing left to chase, nothing left to struggle over. There is only one thing left to do. Relax, let go, and allow everything to unfold exactly as it was always meant to. The moment you step into this understanding, you will begin to see the invisible forces that have always been at work in your life. You will recognize that every moment of struggle was never because your desires were beyond reach, but because you were holding them at bay with your own resistance. There is no such thing as a distant dream, no such thing as an impossible goal. There is only alignment or misalignment, resistance or allowing. The one who truly knows this moves through life differently. They no longer react to circumstances, they create them. They no longer beg for what they want, they assume it is already theirs. The entire world is a mirror reflecting back to you the state in which you reside. If you see lack, it is only because you are carrying lack within you. If you experience rejection, it is only because somewhere inside you believe you are not fully worthy. If doors seem closed, it is not because they are locked. It is because you have not yet assumed that you already belong on the other side. The moment you change internally, the external must follow. It has no choice. The world is bound by this law and it operates with absolute precision. Many people hear these truths and immediately try to force their minds into belief. But belief cannot be forced. You cannot trick yourself into alignment through effort. You can only relax into it. This is why so many struggle with manifestation. They turn it into another task, another thing to achieve, another problem to solve. But it was never meant to be difficult. You do not struggle to breathe. You do not fight to digest food. You do not force your heart to beat. It all happens naturally. The same is true for manifestation. It is as natural as the rising of the sun, as effortless as the seasons changing. The only thing that makes it seem difficult is the resistance you introduce by believing it must be hard. There are those who try every method, who repeat affirmations obsessively, who visualize with a sense of desperation, who constantly check their progress as if their desires are uncertain. These individuals do not realize that they are acting from a place of lack. Every forced effort, every anxious thought, every attempt to speed up the process only serves to push their desires further away. The universe responds to your dominant state, not to the words you say or the techniques you use. If beneath your affirmations you are still in doubt, it is doubt that will manifest. If behind your visualizations you are still fearful, it is fear that will shape your reality. True manifestation requires no techniques, no tricks, no rituals. It requires only one thing, the deep, unwavering assumption that what you desire is already yours. Not in the future, not someday, but now. The one who lives in this state does not ask, does not chase, does not beg. They know, and because they know, they receive. Imagine for a moment that you had the ability to see into the future, and you saw that everything you wanted was guaranteed to happen. How differently would you live? You would not stress over timelines. You would not worry about obstacles. You would not doubt for a single moment. You would simply move through life with a quiet confidence, knowing that all things were unfolding exactly as they should. This is the state you must assume now before any evidence appears, because it is this assumption that causes the evidence to appear. People often ask, but what if my reality contradicts my desire? What if things look the opposite of what I want? And the answer is simple. Stop giving so much power to what you see. The world you perceive is nothing but a reflection of your past assumptions. If you continue to react to it, you will only perpetuate the same cycle. But if you choose to withdraw your attention from appearances and remain steadfast in the assumption of your desired reality, the world will have no choice but to shift in accordance with your new state. This is why patience is effortless for the one who understands these principles. They do not need to rush, they do not need to force, they do not need to demand. They know that time is irrelevant because the moment they assume something to be true, reality begins moving to make it so. And if there is a delay, they do not panic because they understand that delays are illusions. There is only unfolding, only perfect orchestration, only the divine arrangement of events leading to their inevitable fulfillment. There are those who believe that they must work hard to deserve what they want, that they must prove themselves, that they must struggle to earn their desires. But the universe does not operate on merit. It operates on assumption. It does not reward those who try the hardest. It rewards those who believe the deepest. The one who effortlessly assumes wealth will always surpass the one who works tirelessly but believes in scarcity. The one who assumes love will always find it, while the one who fears loneliness will always reinforce that state. The one who believes in their own success will rise to greatness, while the one who doubts themselves will always find obstacles in their path. It is not about working harder, it is about shifting your state. The one who understands this plays the game of life differently. They do not wait for circumstances to change before they feel happy, abundant, or loved. They feel happy, abundant, and loved first, and then circumstances change to reflect that state. They do not seek validation from others because they validate themselves. They do not fear failure because they have already assumed success. They do not chase opportunities because opportunities are magnetically drawn to them. The greatest secret is that you have always had this power. It has never been outside of you. The only reason you have not experienced all that you desire is because you have been placing your faith in doubt rather than in certainty. You have been assuming lack rather than fulfillment. You have been looking to the external world to confirm your beliefs instead of shaping the external world through your beliefs. Once you see this clearly, you will never again approach life the way you once did. You will no longer seek because you will know that all things are already within you. You will no longer force because you will understand that ease is the true path to fulfillment. You will no longer fear because you will see that nothing is ever truly lost. Nothing is ever truly denied. Nothing is ever beyond reach. And as you relax into this knowing, as you let go of all resistance, as you move through life with the quiet certainty that all is well, you will witness the world around you begin to shift. The opportunities you once struggled for will present themselves effortlessly. The relationships you once longed for will come naturally. The abundance you once chased will flow to you freely. Not because you forced it, not because you proved yourself, but because you finally allowed it to be. This is the way it has always worked. This is the truth that has been hidden in plain sight. The moment you embrace it, the moment you stop trying to make things happen and instead allow them to unfold, the moment you rest in the deep knowing that what you desire is already yours, your entire world will transform before your very eye. When you finally let go of struggle, when you stop resisting the flow of life, you will see that everything you have ever wanted was never far from you. It was only waiting for you to relax, to trust, to align with the certainty that it is already yours. Manifestation is not about force, it is about allowing. It is not about effort, it is about belief. The moment you stop chasing and start assuming, the world will shape itself to match your inner state. Nothing is beyond your reach, nothing is ever truly withheld. Only your own resistance keeps it away. But now you know better. Now you see that all is already done. All is already yours. So rest in this knowing. Let go of doubt. Embrace the ease of creation and watch as your reality transforms in ways you once thought impossible. Relax and allow it all to come.
How many times have you visualized something you deeply desired, only to find it slipping away from your grasp? Have you ever asked yourself why some people seem to effortlessly manifest their desires, while others struggle? The answer lies not in the world outside of you, but in your own inner world. Let me ask you, what if you could achieve anything you desire in the blink of an eye, in only 3 days, by simply changing the way you think? Imagine that. Your life transforming with a simple, yet profound shift in consciousness. Does it sound too good to be true? Well, let me tell you, it isn't. It is a law of the universe that you have yet to master. And I am here to show you how to use that law to bend reality to your will in only 3 days. Today I will reveal a belief system that guarantees your desires will manifest within 3 days, simply by applying this one truth: what you vividly imagine and believe, you will receive. You may have heard this before, but if you truly understand the power behind it, you will begin to see your life change before your very eyes. Are you ready to learn the key to transforming your reality in just 3 days? The mind is a powerful tool, capable of shaping the very fabric of reality. Too often people see their minds as something passive, something that merely reacts to the world around them. But the truth is, your mind is not passive. It is a creative force, a field of infinite potential. In fact, your imagination is the most potent faculty you possess. It is through the act of imagination that you create the world you experience. If you wish to change anything in your life, you must first change your imagination. What you vividly imagine and feel becomes your reality. Not because the world forces it upon you, but because you, through the power of your imagination, compel the world to reflect it back to you. When you truly understand the power of your imagination, you realize that everything you experience in life is a product of your inner thoughts. Your mind doesn't simply respond to external stimuli. It shapes your reality based on the images, emotions, and beliefs you hold within. The world you see around you is a direct mirror of the images you hold in your subconscious. Every experience you have, every person you encounter, every situation you face has been created in your mind first. This is the starting point of all transformation. To harness the full power of your imagination, you must recognize that it is not enough to just visualize something and hope it will happen. Imagination is not a passive process, nor is it an idle daydream. Imagination is an active, conscious act of creation. When you imagine something, you must immerse yourself in it completely, experiencing it as though it is real in the present moment. You must bring all of your senses into the experience. Feel it, see it, hear it, and taste it, whatever it is that you are imagining. The more vivid and real the image in your mind, the more powerful the creation. The mind does not differentiate between what is real and what is vividly imagined. As far as your subconscious mind is concerned, the moment you imagine something with clarity and emotion, it is as real as any physical event. Many people wonder why their visualizations don't manifest. The answer often lies in their level of engagement with the process. Too often people simply wish for things, thinking that a fleeting thought will bring about change. But desire without a clear, focused imagination is like planting seeds in barren soil. You must feed your imagination with the rich, fertile soil of belief and emotion. Without this, your mental images will lack the energy necessary to bring them into manifestation. Your imagination needs to be nurtured with belief and supported by the emotion of certainty. Only then will the seed you plant in your mind begin to grow and bear fruit in the physical world. Think of your imagination as a sculptor. Just as a sculptor shapes clay with their hands, so too can you shape your reality with the images you hold in your mind. But this is not a passive process. The sculptor does not wait for the clay to shape itself, they actively mold it with intention and focus until it takes the form they desire. In the same way, you must actively and consciously direct your imagination, focusing on the specific outcome you wish to see. You must feel as though it is already happening, right now. The moment you begin to feel the reality of your desire, you unlock the power of creation. The most important part of this creative process is not the image itself, but the feeling that accompanies it. Imagine for a moment that you are visualizing a new job, a new relationship, or a financial breakthrough. If you only picture the outcome in your mind but fail to feel the emotion that would accompany it, joy, relief, gratitude, excitement, then your visualization will lack the necessary energy to bring it into being. It is the emotion, the feeling of having already received your desire, that activates the creative power within your mind. It is through this feeling that the mental image becomes infused with life. To demonstrate this, consider the example of an actor preparing for a role. They spend hours, days, or even months visualizing themselves in the character, imagining every detail, every nuance of the role. They do not merely think about the character, they live in it. They experience the emotions, the thoughts, the gestures as though they are already the character. In this process, the actor becomes the character. Likewise, when you use your imagination to create a new reality, you must do so with the same intensity. You must live in the imagined experience, embody it completely, and allow it to move through you. In this way, your imagination becomes the mold through which your physical reality takes form. The power of imagination is limitless, and when you begin to understand its true potential, you can shape your world as easily as an artist shapes their canvas. Everything begins in the mind. There is no external force that can alter the course of your life unless you allow it to. You are the master of your fate, the creator of your experiences. The key to mastering your life is mastering your imagination. By consciously choosing the images you entertain, and by fully engaging with them through belief and feeling, you begin to mold your life in the image of your desires. Your imagination is not a distant or abstract concept. It is your life's blueprint, the code from which all things emerge. Every time you imagine a possibility, you are setting the stage for its manifestation. The world around you is not separate from you, it is a reflection of your inner state. If you can learn to harness the power of your imagination and create with focused intent, you will discover that the world conforms to your will. So how do you begin? Start with a clear vision, a specific desire, and immerse yourself fully in it. Imagine it as real. Live in that reality, feel it as though it is happening right now, and allow that feeling to grow and intensify. Your imagination is a dynamic force, and when you use it consciously, you unlock the door to infinite possibilities. The life you have dreamed of is not some far-off future, it is already within you, waiting to be realized. The key is to realize that the power to create it is within your own mind, and it begins the moment you choose to use it. When you desire something, the most important step is to assume the feeling of that desire being fulfilled. This is not simply about thinking about your wish or imagining it occasionally. It is about living in the feeling of the wish fulfilled with such intensity that it becomes a part of your very being. If you want something to manifest in your life, you must first live as though it is already yours. This is the key to bringing your desires into reality. And yet, most people make the mistake of waiting for the external world to reflect their desire before they believe it is possible. But you must reverse this process before the external world shows you anything. You must first feel as though your desire is already a reality. This is where the power lies, in the assumption that your desire has already been fulfilled. The moment you assume the feeling of the wish fulfilled, you begin to align your inner world with the outer reality you wish to create. When you live in the feeling of your desire already being realized, you are sending a powerful message to your subconscious mind, instructing it to bring forth the conditions, people, and events that will match the image and feeling you are holding in your mind. This process is not something that takes time to develop, it is a shift in consciousness that happens immediately. The key is not to wait for the evidence of the world to validate your belief, but to believe it with such certainty that the world has no choice but to conform to it. Imagine for a moment that you have a deeply desired goal. Perhaps it is a new job, a romantic relationship, or financial freedom. The most natural thing for most people to do is to look around at the physical evidence and think, well, I don't have it yet, it isn't here. They might even wonder when or how it will come. But this is exactly the wrong approach. You cannot wait for external evidence to decide whether or not your desire is valid. You must choose to feel as though it is already yours, to assume the feeling of the wish fulfilled and live from that assumption. The moment you do this, you initiate a process that begins to shift everything around you. This concept is often misunderstood because people confuse it with merely hoping or wishing for something. The feeling of the wish fulfilled is not passive, it is active and alive. It requires you to fully immerse yourself in the experience of your desire as though it is already present. You must live from the end, not from the beginning. For example, if your wish is to own a house, don't focus on the fact that you don't have it yet. Instead, feel the sense of pride, peace, and excitement you would feel if you already owned the house. Imagine yourself in that home, walking through the rooms, feeling the joy and satisfaction that would accompany owning such a space. Feel that ownership, that peace, and let it fill you entirely. This is the feeling of the wish fulfilled. When you live in the feeling of the wish fulfilled, you are no longer waiting for something to happen, you are acting as though it has already happened. This is a radical shift in consciousness, and it is the essence of how creation works. It is not about forcing outcomes or manipulating circumstances. It is about aligning yourself with the vibrational frequency of the life you want to live. Every feeling you have sends a signal to the universe, instructing it to bring you the circumstances that match your inner state. When you feel as though your wish has already been realized, you are sending out a signal that causes the world around you to reflect that feeling back to you. It is important to understand that the assumption of the wish fulfilled must be persistent. It is not a one-time act, but a continuous way of being. Every moment you are holding the assumption that your desire is already a reality, you are molding the conditions of your life to align with that assumption. This is not something that happens passively. It requires you to actively engage with your thoughts, emotions, and beliefs in a consistent way. When you persist in the assumption that your desire is already fulfilled, no external evidence will shake your belief. The world may seem to resist at first, but you must remain steadfast. The moment you waver or doubt, you release the energy that is shaping your reality. This is why persistence in maintaining the feeling of the wish fulfilled is so crucial. There are no exceptions to this law. If you assume that you already have what you desire, the world will rearrange itself to bring you what you have assumed. This is not a mystical process, it is a natural law. Your inner world always shapes your outer reality. And when you align your inner state with the feeling of the wish fulfilled, you set the law of attraction into motion. You do not need to know the how or the when. All that matters is that you live from the end result, feeling as though it is already accomplished. This process of assuming the feeling of the wish fulfilled is not just about thinking or imagining it, it's about experiencing the emotion, the state of being as though it is already happening. If you wish for success, feel the pride and satisfaction of your success now. If you desire love, feel the love and connection as if it is already present. If you want health, feel the vitality and well-being in every cell of your body as though it is already a reality. It is the feeling that gives the power to the imagination. It is the emotion that breathes life into your desires and turns them into tangible experiences. Over time, the more consistently you practice this feeling of the wish fulfilled, the more natural it will become. It will no longer feel like an effort or an exercise. It will become the natural state from which you live. And when you live from that state, your desires will effortlessly manifest. The world will reflect the assumption you have made, and you will witness your desires becoming your reality in ways you could never have predicted. The universe has a way of rearranging itself to match the state of mind you hold. Your job is to live in the feeling of that state, knowing that it must unfold in your experience. This is the true power of assumption, the power to live as though your desires are already fulfilled, to embody the feeling of that fulfillment, and to watch as the world bends to meet your inner vision. Belief is the foundation upon which all manifestation is built. It is the unseen force that shapes reality. You may have heard the phrase, "Believe and you shall receive," But let me take a moment to explore the depth of this statement. It is not simply about wishful thinking or hoping that something will come to pass. Belief is a powerful active force that brings the imagined into the tangible. It is the belief in the unseen, the assumption that what you desire is already yours, which enables your desires to manifest. Your belief is the key that unlocks the door to your desires. When you truly believe something is possible, when you fully accept the idea that it is already happening, you align your inner world with the external reality that you wish to create. The universe responds to the energy of belief. It is as though the moment you believe in something, you set into motion a series of events that work to bring that belief into your physical experience. The law of attraction is not just a vague idea, it is the direct result of the belief you hold. When you believe with certainty, you create an unshakable foundation upon which your desires can take form. The power of belief lies in the fact that it influences your perception of reality. Your beliefs determine what you expect to happen, and your expectations shape the events and circumstances you encounter. If you believe that something is possible, you will naturally act in ways that align with that belief. You will make decisions, take actions, and interact with the world in a manner that reflects your belief. On the other hand, if you do not believe something is possible, you will unconsciously create resistance, which prevents the manifestation of your desires. This is why belief is so important. It removes the obstacles, both internal and external, that stand in the way of your goals. Belief is not a passive state of mind, it is a dynamic force. It is the energy behind your thoughts, the fire that fuels your desires. When you truly believe in something, you no longer need to question how or when it will happen. You know that it will. This certainty, this deep-rooted knowing, is what allows your desires to materialize. The world may not yet reflect your belief, but the more firmly you hold that belief, the more quickly it will manifest. The law of belief is unwavering. What you believe to be true becomes your reality. This law does not require proof, evidence, or external validation. All it requires is your unwavering belief. Consider for a moment the beliefs you hold about yourself and your life. How often do you doubt your ability to manifest your desires? How often do you second-guess your own worth or question the possibility of your dreams becoming a reality? These doubts are the very thing that prevent you from manifesting your desires. Doubt is the opposite of belief. It is the force that creates resistance and slows down the manifestation process. When you doubt, you are sending mixed signals to the universe, and this confusion causes your desires to be delayed or blocked entirely. The power of belief requires you to let go of all doubt and embrace the certainty that your desires are already on their way. The moment you let go of doubt and fully believe, you create a clear and focused pathway for your desires to manifest. It is as though you are giving the universe permission to deliver what you have already accepted as true. Belief in your desires is the invitation that allows them to come into your experience. You must believe it fully, without reservation. And you must persist in that belief, even when external circumstances seem to contradict it. Belief works in tandem with the law of assumption. To assume something is true is to believe it with absolute certainty. The more you assume the reality of your desire, the more you anchor that belief within your consciousness. The feeling of belief must be maintained at all times, for the universe responds to your dominant thoughts and emotions. If you believe your desire is already yours, the universe will begin to rearrange itself to bring that desire into manifestation. The moment you let go of doubt and truly accept your desire as a present reality, it begins to take form. It may not happen immediately, but the more you persist in your belief, the more rapidly it will unfold. It is crucial to understand that belief is not just an intellectual understanding, it is a visceral, emotional experience. To truly believe in something, you must feel it deeply within your being. It is the emotional charge that accompanies belief that gives it its creative power. You cannot simply say you believe, you must feel the belief as though it is already true. You must embody the belief in every cell of your body. When you do this, the energy you project is so powerful that it influences the very fabric of reality. Take, for example, a person who believes they are destined for success. This belief is not just something they think about in passing, it is a core belief that defines how they approach every situation, how they speak, how they act, and how they interact with others. Their belief in their own success is so strong that it shapes the opportunities they encounter, the people they meet, and the choices they make. Success does not come to them by chance, it comes because their belief in it is so firmly rooted that it guides every aspect of their life. Success is the natural result of their belief. Similarly, if you believe that you deserve love, abundance, health, or any other desire, that belief will shape your reality in the same way. The stronger your belief, the more rapidly your desires will come to you. Belief is not about effort or struggle, it is about acceptance and alignment with the truth of your desires. When you believe something with unwavering certainty, you are in alignment with the natural flow of creation. Your beliefs shape the world around you, and through your belief, the universe responds. The beauty of belief is that it does not require external validation or proof. You do not need to wait for the world to show you evidence of your desires before you believe they are possible. Belief works in the opposite direction. It is the belief that causes the evidence to appear. Your belief is the catalyst for creation. And it is only by fully embracing and trusting in that belief that you will see your desires materialize in the world around you. The moment you believe, you activate the power of manifestation, and the universe responds by bringing you the circumstances, people, and events that match your belief. The power of belief is the key to creating the life you desire. Every belief, every thought, every desire is energy, and the energy you send out into the world is always reflected back to you in one form or another. This is not a mystical idea, it is a natural law. You see, your mind operates like a powerful magnet, attracting circumstances, people, and events that are in harmony with the thoughts and beliefs you hold. The law of attraction is the simple but profound principle that like attracts like, and it operates in all areas of your life. What you think about most often, what you give emotional energy to, becomes the reality you experience. Therefore, to change your life, you must begin by changing your thoughts. It is critical to understand that your thoughts are not just fleeting mental occurrences, they are vibrational signals that ripple through the universe and attract experiences that match their frequency. Every time you think, you are sending out a vibration that draws situations and experiences that match that vibration. So if you constantly think about lack, about not having enough, or about obstacles, your thoughts will attract more of the same into your life. Conversely, if you focus on abundance, possibility, and success, you will draw experiences that align with these positive, empowering thoughts. This is the essence of the law of attraction. It is not about simply thinking positively for a moment, but aligning your entire being with the vibration of what you desire. The key to mastering this principle lies in your ability to control your thoughts and emotions. Thoughts are like seeds, and your emotions are the soil in which they grow. If you want to attract something specific into your life, you must begin by thinking thoughts that are aligned with that desire. But it is not enough to think about your desire abstractly, you must embody it emotionally. When you feel the joy, excitement, and gratitude, as though your desire has already been fulfilled, you are sending out a powerful signal to the universe, instructing it to bring you exactly what you are feeling. Emotions are the key to unlocking the full potential of the law of attraction. Thoughts without emotion are like seeds planted in dry soil, they will not grow. But when you water those thoughts with strong, positive emotion, they begin to take root and flourish, attracting the very things you desire. The reason why so many people struggle with manifesting their desires is because they are not consistent in their thinking and emotional alignment. They may think about their desire for a moment, feel good about it, and then allow doubt, fear, or negative emotions to take over. This inconsistency sends mixed signals to the universe, causing confusion in the manifestation process. The law of attraction works best when your thoughts and emotions are in alignment, when your entire being is focused on the feeling of having already received your desire. To do this, you must practice mental discipline. You must become aware of the thoughts that you allow to dominate your mind and consciously choose those thoughts that align with your desires. One of the most effective ways to use the law of attraction is to create a mental environment in which your desires already exist. This means filling your mind with thoughts and images that reflect the reality you wish to create. For example, if you want to attract financial abundance, imagine yourself living a life of wealth and ease. Visualize the experiences, the freedom, and the opportunities that would come with such abundance. But more importantly, feel the emotions of that life, feel the joy, the security, and the peace that would accompany financial freedom. This is not a mere fantasy or daydream, it is a mental and emotional alignment with the reality you wish to bring into your experience. When you practice this alignment regularly, you begin to shift your vibration, and the universe responds by bringing you the people, situations, and opportunities that match that vibration. The more you consistently focus on the positive aspects of your desire, the more quickly and effortlessly it will appear in your life. This process is not about forcing or manipulating events, it is about allowing the law of attraction to work naturally through your thoughts and emotions. By focusing on the feeling of having your desire, you align yourself with the vibrational frequency of that desire, and the universe begins to reflect it back to you. It is essential to remember that the law of attraction is always at work, whether you are consciously aware of it or not. Every thought, every belief, every emotion you experience sends out a signal that attracts corresponding events into your life. If you are constantly thinking about what you don't want or worrying about the future, you are sending out a vibration of fear and lack, and the law of attraction will bring you more of those experiences. On the other hand, if you consistently focus on what you want, if you immerse yourself in the emotions of having already received it, you will begin to attract the people, situations, and opportunities that align with those desires. The power of the law of attraction is that it works whether you are aware of it or not. You cannot escape it, and you cannot change the fact that it is always influencing your life. However, by becoming conscious of how it works, you can take control of your thoughts and emotions and begin to direct the flow of energy in your life. You are not a passive participant in this process, you are the creator. Your thoughts, feelings, and beliefs are the tools with which you shape your reality. The more intentional and focused you are with these tools, the more quickly and precisely your desires will manifest. This understanding should empower you because it shows you that you are in control. You do not need to wait for external circumstances to change in order for your desires to materialize. You can begin right now by changing your thoughts and emotions. It may take some practice, and you may encounter resistance from your mind, but persistence will pay off. The more you practice aligning your thoughts and emotions with your desires, the more natural it will become. You will find yourself effortlessly attracting the experiences you desire, and the law of attraction will work for you instead of against you. In every moment you are sending out vibrations into the universe. Be mindful of what you are thinking and feeling, for these vibrations are the very forces that are shaping your life. Choose to focus on the things you want, and align your emotions with the experience of having already received them. In doing so, you will activate the law of attraction in your favor, and the universe will begin to reflect your inner world back to you, bringing your desires into your physical experience. The present moment is the only true reality. It is where everything begins, where everything happens. It is where your power lies. Far too often, people spend their lives looking toward the future or dwelling on the past, and in doing so, they miss the profound opportunity of the present moment. The truth is that the future and the past are illusions. They do not exist in any tangible way. The only real time is now, and it is in the present moment that you create your reality. If you want to change your life, you must learn to live in the present moment with full awareness For it is here that you plant the seeds of your desires. Most people are constantly thinking about what they want to achieve or what they have not yet accomplished. They live in a state of longing, of wanting something more or better. And in doing so, they keep their desires outside of their experience. They believe that they need to work harder, to wait longer, or to change their circumstances before they can have what they want. But this way of thinking keeps them stuck in a perpetual state of lack. The key to manifesting your desires is not about waiting for the future to unfold or trying to change the past. It is about living in the present moment as though your desires have already been fulfilled. When you live in the present moment, you free yourself from the constraints of time. You stop measuring your success or happiness based on what you have or don't have. Instead, you focus on the now, the only moment in which true creation takes place. In this moment, you have the power to choose how you feel, how you think, and what you believe. The future is merely a projection of your present thoughts, emotions, and beliefs. If you are constantly focused on the future, always thinking that happiness or success is something that will happen someday, you are delaying your experience of those things. You are denying yourself the joy and fulfillment that are already available to you in the present. The present moment is the point of power, and it is the only time in which you can act to change your reality. The key to manifesting your desires is not in trying to control the future or fix the past, but in aligning yourself with the present moment. This means feeling as though your desires are already realized right now. It means living in the state of your fulfilled wish, not as a future event, but as an immediate experience. When you feel the joy, satisfaction, and gratitude as though your desire is already fulfilled, you are tuning into the frequency of that desire, and the universe responds by bringing it into your experience. One of the most powerful ways to align with the present moment is through the practice of mindfulness. Mindfulness is the art of being fully present and engaged with the current moment. It involves letting go of the distractions of the past and the future and focusing on what is happening right now. By practicing mindfulness, you can begin to cultivate a sense of peace and presence that allows you to connect with your desires in a deeper way. When you are mindful, you are not consumed by worry or doubt. You are not constantly thinking about what you need to do tomorrow or what happened yesterday. Instead, you are focused on the now, on the feeling of your desire already being realized. When you focus on the present moment, you naturally release resistance. Resistance is the internal struggle that arises when you believe your desire is not yet yours, when you feel you have to wait for something outside of you to change in order to feel good. Resistance comes from the belief that you are not enough or that your desires are not possible. But when you live in the present moment, as though your desire is already fulfilled, you eliminate that resistance. You stop chasing after what you want and instead simply allow it to come to you. The key to releasing resistance is to trust in the power of the present moment, to believe that everything you desire is already available to you right now. The practice of living in the present moment also involves surrendering the need to control the how and the when of your desires. Too often, people become fixated on how their desires will manifest or when they will appear. This focus on the details only creates stress and doubt. The present moment is about surrendering the need to control every aspect of the process and trusting that the universe will bring you what you need at the perfect time. When you are aligned with the present moment, you are not concerned with the how, because you know that it will unfold naturally. You are simply living in the feeling of your desire, trusting that it is already coming to you. When you focus on the present, you align your thoughts and emotions with your desires in a way that accelerates their manifestation. The law of attraction works by responding to your current vibration, which is determined by your thoughts, feelings, and beliefs in the present moment. If you are always focused on what is missing or what you don't yet have, you are sending out a vibration of lack and limitation. But when you live in the present moment, as though your desires are already fulfilled, you are sending out a vibration of abundance and fulfillment. This vibration attracts the circumstances, people, and opportunities that match it. The present moment is where all power lies. It is the place where your desires are realized, and it is the only place where true transformation can occur. If you want to manifest your desires quickly and effortlessly, you must learn to live in the now. This does not mean ignoring your goals or refusing to plan for the future. It means living fully in the present, knowing that everything you desire is already available to you in this moment. By embracing the power of the present moment, you align yourself with the flow of creation, and your desires will naturally manifest in your experience. The present moment is the key to unlocking the door to your desires. It is where you create, where you align your energy with the universe, and where your dreams become a reality. When you focus on the present and feel as though your desires are already fulfilled, you remove the barriers that stand in your way. You stop waiting for the perfect conditions and instead create those conditions through your thoughts, feelings, and beliefs in the now. The present moment is all that exists, and it is in this moment that you hold the power to transform your life. The future is created in the present, and the life you desire is available to you right now. The process of manifestation begins with the understanding that your imagination is not a mere fantasy. It is the creative force behind the reality you experience. Your imagination is the key to unlocking your desires, for it is the faculty that allows you to see and feel things that are not yet in your physical reality. Most people fail to realize the power of their imagination, often dismissing it as a daydreaming tool, something that has no real bearing on the external world. However, nothing could be further from the truth. Your imagination is the most powerful tool at your disposal, and it is through the vivid mental images you create that the seeds of your desires are sown. The secret to manifestation lies in your ability to use your imagination with focused intention. The moment you vividly imagine a desired outcome, you are sending a powerful signal to the universe that this is your desired reality. The more vividly you can see the desired outcome in your mind, the more real it becomes in your experience. It is not enough to simply wish for something, you must imagine it as though it is already a part of your life. When you use your imagination in this way, you create a mental image that corresponds with your desire. This image then becomes the blueprint for its manifestation in the physical world. Imagination is the bridge between the unseen and the seen. When you imagine something, you are tapping into a higher reality, one that transcends the physical limitations of time and space. Your imagination is a portal to a world of infinite possibilities, and by learning to use it deliberately, you can create anything you desire. The mind cannot distinguish between what is real and what is vividly imagined. Therefore, when you imagine yourself living the life you want, your subconscious mind accepts that image as your new reality. As you continue to imagine and feel the reality of your desire, you begin to align yourself with the vibration of that desire, and the universe responds by bringing it into your experience. The process of manifestation through imagination is simple but profound. It begins with the act of assuming that your desire is already fulfilled. In other words, you must imagine the end result, not as something that will happen in the future, but as something that is already happening in the present. When you assume that your desire is already yours, you create an inner feeling of joy, satisfaction, and gratitude. This emotional alignment with your desire is the key to bringing it into physical form. You see, manifestation is not just about thinking about your desire, it's about feeling as though it has already been realized. One of the most important aspects of using imagination effectively is the ability to maintain your focus. The mind has a tendency to wander, and it is easy to become distracted by external circumstances, doubts, or negative thoughts. However, if you want to manifest your desires, you must learn to focus your imagination with intention and clarity. The clearer the image you create in your mind, the more powerful the manifestation will be. When you focus on your desire with unwavering attention, you send out a clear and strong signal to the universe, which will then respond by aligning the external world with that image. Imagination is also a tool for shifting your internal state. When you use your imagination to visualize your desired outcome, you are not only creating a mental image but also generating the feelings and emotions that correspond to that image. This emotional state is crucial because it is the emotional energy that fuels the manifestation process. If you imagine your desire and feel the emotions of gratitude, excitement, and fulfillment, you are vibrating at the frequency of that desire. The more you can cultivate these positive emotions, the more rapidly your desire will manifest. The universe responds to the energy you emit, and when your energy is aligned with the vibration of your desire, it must come to you. It is essential to understand that imagination does not work in the way the logical mind expects it to. The logical mind wants proof, evidence, and certainty before it will believe in something. But imagination works differently. It requires you to let go of doubt and trust in the unseen. The process of manifestation through imagination is an act of faith, a belief that your desire is already yours, even though you cannot yet see it in physical form. This is why the most powerful manifestations come when you release all attachment to the how and when of the outcome. The moment you stop trying to figure out how your desire will manifest is the moment you allow it to unfold in the most harmonious and perfect way possible. Visualization is one of the most effective ways to harness the power of imagination. By vividly imagining the end result of your desire, you begin to impress that image upon your subconscious mind. The more you visualize, the more real it becomes, and the more your subconscious mind accepts it as your new reality. This process is not just about imagining the desire once or twice, it is about making it a daily practice. Every time you visualize, you are strengthening the belief in your subconscious that your desire is already a part of your life. Visualization creates a powerful mental image that aligns with your desired outcome, and this image becomes the foundation for its manifestation. In addition to visualization, it is helpful to incorporate the power of affirmation into your imaginative practices. Affirmations are positive statements that reflect the reality you wish to create. When you repeat these affirmations while deeply immersing yourself in the emotions of your desired outcome, you reinforce the mental image and send out a powerful signal of belief and expectation. Affirmations help to eliminate doubt and resistance, replacing them with certainty and faith in the process. The process of manifestation through imagination requires patience and persistence. It is not always instantaneous, and the results may not always be immediately visible. However, the more you practice using your imagination in alignment with your desires, the more quickly you will begin to notice subtle shifts in your reality. The universe is always responding to the energy you send out. And as you continue to imagine and feel the fulfillment of your desires, you will begin to see those desires materialize in your physical experience. Imagination is the key to creating your reality. It is through the power of vivid, focused imagination that you shape your world and bring your desires into being. When you use your imagination with clarity, intention, and emotional alignment, you activate the law of attraction and set in motion the events that will bring your desires into your life. By embracing the power of your imagination, you become the conscious creator of your reality, able to manifest anything you desire with ease and grace. To achieve success in any area of life, you must first come to understand one profound truth. You are the creator of your experience. The world around you does not dictate your circumstances, rather, it is your beliefs, your thoughts, and your feelings that shape and mold your reality. Once you accept that you are the creator of your experience, you unlock an incredible power within you, the power to change your life by changing your thoughts. Your internal world is what determines the conditions of your external world. If you want to manifest your desires, you must begin by aligning your thoughts with what you wish to experience. This is a critical understanding because most people go through life reacting to external conditions. They feel powerless in the face of challenges and believe that circumstances control their fate. However, the truth is that you have the ability to change your life by changing the way you think. Your thoughts are the seeds that plant the reality you experience. When you change your internal dialogue and focus on what you want rather than what you don't want, you shift the vibration that you are sending out into the universe. This shift in vibration then attracts the circumstances and opportunities that align with your new thought patterns. The process begins with your thoughts because thoughts are energy. Every thought you think emits a vibrational frequency that influences the energy around you. This energy is like a magnet, drawing similar energy back to you. If you consistently think positive, empowering thoughts, you are sending out a signal to the universe that matches the vibration of your desires. The law of attraction is simple like a track slide. When you focus on what you want and think thoughts that support that desire, you send out an energetic signal that attracts experiences, people, and opportunities that match that signal. One of the keys to manifestation is understanding that the universe is always responding to your thoughts. You may not see immediate results, but the universe is always aligning with the energy you are putting out. It is important to remember that the energy you send out is not just in your conscious thoughts, it is also in your emotions and beliefs. If you have a desire but simultaneously feel doubt or fear, you are sending mixed signals to the universe. This confusion slows down the manifestation process. To accelerate manifestation, you must align your thoughts, emotions, and beliefs with the reality you wish to create. The idea of manifestation is not just about thinking positive thoughts and hoping for the best. It requires a deep emotional connection to your desires. You cannot simply think about something once and expect it to appear. You must imagine and feel the experience of already having what you want. This emotional connection is what powers the manifestation process. Feel the excitement, the gratitude, the joy of already living your desired reality. The stronger the emotional energy you put behind your thoughts, the more quickly and powerfully your desires will begin to materialize. Emotion is the key to turning thought into reality. In order to create your desired reality, you must also cultivate unwavering belief. This is where most people face challenges. They may think about their desires, but they are filled with doubt and skepticism. They wonder if it is really possible for them to have what they want, or they question how it could possibly happen. This doubt prevents the energy from flowing freely and delays manifestation. To manifest quickly and easily, you must believe that your desires are already on their way to you. When you align your thoughts with unwavering belief, you remove all resistance and create a clear path for your desires to enter your life. One of the most powerful tools to help you strengthen your belief is the practice of affirmations. Affirmations are positive statements that you repeat to yourself, asserting that your desire has already been fulfilled. These statements should be in the present tense, as though your desire is already part of your reality. For example, if you want to attract financial abundance, you might affirm, "I am abundant and money flows to me easily and effortlessly." By repeating these affirmations with conviction, you are reprogramming your subconscious mind to accept this new reality as true. This shifts your internal beliefs and aligns your energy with the frequency of abundance. The more you affirm these truths, the more they become your reality. Visualization is another powerful tool that works hand in hand with affirmations. When you visualize your desired outcome, you are creating a mental image that sends a clear message to your subconscious mind. Visualization allows you to experience your desire in the present moment, even before it manifests in physical form. By vividly imagining yourself living the life you want, you begin to embody the emotions associated with that life. These emotions, in turn, strengthen the vibrational frequency that you are sending out, aligning your internal world with the external reality you wish to create. It is also important to practice gratitude as a means of reinforcing your belief and emotional connection to your desires. Gratitude is one of the highest vibrational emotions you can experience. When you feel grateful for the things you have and the things you are about to receive, you send out a signal of abundance and positivity. Gratitude shifts your focus from lack to abundance, reinforcing the belief that you are worthy of receiving everything you desire. By practicing gratitude every day, you create a mindset of abundance, which attracts more of what you want into your life. In addition to these tools, it is essential to maintain a mindset of detachment. While it is important to believe in your desires and take inspired action toward them, you must also release any attachment to the outcome. Attachment to a specific outcome often comes from a place of fear or desperation, which creates resistance and blocks the flow of energy. When you detach from the how and when of your desires, you allow the universe to work its magic. You trust that everything is unfolding perfectly, even if you cannot yet see the results. The moment you release the need to control the outcome, you open the door for your desires to come to you in the most unexpected and perfect ways. You are the creator of your experience, and by consciously choosing the thoughts you think, the beliefs you hold, and the emotions you feel, you can shape your reality. By aligning your internal world with the reality you wish to create, you send out a clear and powerful signal to the universe, attracting the people, opportunities, and circumstances that match your desires. Through the power of focused intention, belief, and emotional connection, you can manifest anything you want. The law of attraction is always working in your favor, and when you master the art of alignment, your desires will flow to you effortlessly. When you begin to truly understand the power within you, the most transformative realization is that you are not at the mercy of external circumstances. The world around you is a reflection of your inner state of being, and it is your thoughts, beliefs, and assumptions that shape the experiences you encounter. Every experience, event, and person you attract into your life is a mirror of your inner world. This understanding opens the door to an entirely new way of living, one in which you recognize that everything you need to change your reality is already within you. Your outer world cannot change until you change your inner world, for it is your thoughts that direct the course of your life. If you wish to see the changes you desire, you must start by transforming your inner landscape. It begins with the realization that you are constantly creating your reality through your assumptions. An assumption is a belief that you hold about yourself or the world around you, and it is from these assumptions that all experiences are born. What you assume to be true about yourself, others, and life in general is reflected in the conditions of your experience. If you assume that life is full of struggle, that opportunities are limited, or that people do not treat you with respect, these assumptions will continue to shape your world in that image. But on the flip side, if you begin to assume that success, love, and abundance are your natural states, your experiences will begin to reflect those assumptions. One of the most powerful tools you have at your disposal is the ability to change your assumptions. The beauty of this truth is that it does not matter what your current circumstances are, your power lies in your ability to choose new assumptions. When you consciously choose to assume that you are worthy of love, success, and happiness, you shift the vibration you are sending out into the world. This new vibration then attracts people, events, and opportunities that match this belief. The moment you change your assumptions, you are aligning yourself with the frequency of the life you want to experience. Your assumptions become the foundation upon which your reality is built. One of the greatest obstacles to manifesting your desires is the tendency to hold on to limiting beliefs. These beliefs are often formed from past experiences, societal conditioning, or fear, and they can create a mental framework that limits your potential. For example, you may have been taught that money is hard to come by, that you have to work endlessly for success, or that you must struggle in order to achieve happiness. These limiting beliefs create a cycle of lack and limitation that keeps you from stepping into your full power. The key to breaking this cycle is to recognize that these beliefs are not truths, they are simply assumptions that you have accepted as reality. And just as easily as you adopted them, you can choose to replace them with new, empowering assumptions that align with the life you wish to create. To change your assumptions, you must first become aware of the thoughts and beliefs that are guiding your life. This requires honest self-reflection and the willingness to challenge the status quo. When you find yourself thinking negative or limiting thoughts, pause and ask yourself, is this belief serving me? Is this assumption supporting the reality I want to create? If the answer is no, you have the power to choose a new thought, a new belief, and a new assumption. This is where the real work begins, the conscious choice to assume the best, to assume that everything is working out in your favor, to assume that success, love, and abundance are your natural states. As you begin to consciously choose new assumptions, it is important to reinforce them with your emotions. Your emotions are the energetic charge that fuels your assumptions and brings them into manifestation. It is not enough to simply think new thoughts, you must also feel them as true. When you assume that something wonderful is about to happen, allow yourself to feel the excitement, gratitude, and joy of that assumption as though it is already happening. This emotional alignment is what activates the law of attraction and brings your assumptions into physical reality. The more real and vivid you make the feeling, the more quickly and powerfully your new assumptions will manifest in your experience. It is also important to remember that your assumptions do not need to be based on any evidence in the external world. In fact, it is often the absence of evidence that requires the most faith. This is the key to creating change, by assuming the reality you desire before any external evidence confirms it. When you assume something to be true, even if you cannot see any proof of it in the moment, you are planting a seed in your subconscious mind. Your subconscious mind does not differentiate between what is real and what is imagined. Therefore, by assuming the desired outcome and feeling the emotions associated with it, you impress your subconscious mind with that assumption, and the universe begins to bring you experiences that reflect it. One of the most powerful ways to reinforce your assumptions is through visualization. When you vividly imagine yourself living your desired life, you create a mental image that sends a clear signal to your subconscious mind. As you imagine and feel the emotions of your desired outcome, you are not just wishing for something to happen, you are assuming that it is already happening. Visualization serves as a tool to anchor your assumptions in the present moment, allowing you to feel as though your desire is already fulfilled. The more vividly you can visualize, the more powerful your assumption becomes, and the faster it will begin to manifest in your physical reality. It is also essential to practice patience and trust in the process. The moment you assume a new reality, the wheels of creation begin to turn. However, the manifestation process may not always be immediate. It requires faith and patience to allow your assumptions to take root and unfold. Trust that everything is unfolding perfectly, even if you cannot yet see the results in your physical world. The more you trust and believe in your assumptions, the faster they will materialize. The power of assumptions lies in their ability to shape your reality. When you consciously choose to assume the best, when you release limiting beliefs and replace them with empowering ones, you begin to change your world. Your assumptions become the blueprint for your experiences, and the more you focus on your desired reality, the more it will be reflected in your external circumstances. Remember, you are not a victim of your circumstances, you are the creator of your life. Your assumptions are the key to unlocking the life you desire. Choose wisely, feel deeply, and trust that your desires are already on their way to you. In conclusion, the power to shape your reality lies within you. By understanding that your thoughts, beliefs, and assumptions are the driving forces behind your experiences, you open the door to limitless possibilities. Each keynote we've explored underscores the simple yet profound truth: you are the creator of your life. The external world mirrors your internal state, and by consciously directing your thoughts and emotions, you can manifest your desires with ease and grace. Manifestation is not a passive process, it is an active creation of your reality. It requires a deep belief in your own power, the willingness to shift your mindset, and the practice of assuming the best in every situation. Through visualization, affirmation, and emotional alignment, you harness the immense creative power of your mind. It is through this conscious choice to believe in the possibility of what you desire, regardless of external circumstances, that you allow those desires to take form in your life. As you move forward, remember that you are not a victim of your circumstances. You are the architect of your experiences, and by choosing your thoughts with intention, you can transform your reality. The key to manifestation lies in your ability to trust the process, maintain unwavering belief, and feel the emotions of your desires as though they are already fulfilled. By doing so, you align yourself with the universe and create a life that reflects your deepest aspirations. Your journey of manifestation begins now. With each thought, belief, and assumption you hold, you are shaping the life you are meant to live. Trust in your power, embrace the process, and watch as the life you have always dreamed of unfolds before you. The world is yours to create. My dear wonderful friends, tonight I shall share with you the most powerful secret in all of creation. How to speak to yourself in a way that will completely transform your world in just 3 days. Not in 3 months, not in 3 years, but in 3 days. For you see, the power of your inner conversation is absolute. And it is the only true creative power in the universe. Now, when I tell you to talk to yourself, I am not speaking of the idle chatter that most engage in throughout their day. I speak of that inner conversation that is deliberate, conscious, and aligned with your desired state. For your inner conversation is your consciousness externalized, and your consciousness is God. Consider the words of Scripture. In the beginning was the Word. These words are not speaking of some external deity's utterance. They speak of your inner word, your inner conversation. For you are the operant power, and your inner conversation is the word that creates all things. Many of you come to me asking, Neville, how long must I wait to see my desires manifest? And I tell you now, give yourself 3 days of proper inner conversation, and you will see your world begin to transform. For 3 is the number of completion in Scripture. And when you maintain the proper inner conversation for 3 days, you set in motion forces beyond your current understanding. Let me share with you exactly how to conduct this inner conversation. First, you must understand that your inner conversation must be from the end. You do not speak of what you want to be true. You speak as though what you desire is already true. This is the great secret that most of the world has missed. When you wake in the morning of your first day, your inner conversation must be from the state of your wish fulfilled. If you desire wealth, your inner conversation must be that of a wealthy person. If you desire health, your inner conversation must be that of a healthy person. If you desire love, your inner conversation must be that of someone who is deeply loved. But and this is crucial, your inner conversation must feel natural. It must not be strained or forced. For feeling is the secret, and your inner conversation must be accompanied by the feeling of naturalness. Let me give you a perfect example from Scripture. When David spoke to Goliath, his inner conversation was not, I hope I can win, or I will try my best. His inner conversation was from the state of victory already achieved. This is why he could say with complete conviction, this day will the Lord deliver thee into mine hand. Now, for these 3 days, you must guard your inner conversation as though your life depends upon it, because it does. Every time you catch yourself engaging in inner conversation that contradicts your desired state, you must immediately revise it. This is not a suggestion. This is a command if you wish to see your world transform. Consider this: every outer conversation you have is first an inner conversation. Every relationship you have is first an inner conversation. Every circumstance in your life is first an inner conversation. Therefore, by changing your inner conversation for just 3 days, you literally change the entire substance from which your world is created. Let me tell you how to structure your inner conversation throughout these 3 days. In the morning, your first inner words must be from the state of your wish fulfilled. Before you open your eyes, before you move a muscle, engage in the inner conversation of the person you wish to be. If you desire wealth, your inner conversation might be, I am so grateful for my abundant life. Money flows to me easily and continuously. I am surrounded by prosperity. But remember, these words must not be mere affirmations. They must be spoken with the feeling of knowing that they are already true. Throughout your day, your inner conversation must maintain the same level of conviction. When challenges arise, and they will arise, your inner conversation must remain steadfast. If someone speaks of lack, your inner conversation must be of abundance. If someone speaks of illness, your inner conversation must be of health. This is where most fail in their attempt to change their world. They allow their inner conversation to be pulled into the current circumstances rather than maintaining the conversation of their desired state. But I tell you now, circumstances have no power over your inner conversation unless you give them that power. For these 3 days, you must be relentless in maintaining your new inner conversation. When you walk down the street, your inner conversation must be from your desired state. When you eat your meals, your inner conversation must be from your desired state. When you prepare for sleep, your inner conversation must be from your desired state. Let me share with you a principle that I have tested and proven countless times. Your inner conversation is the only reality. Everything else, absolutely everything, is a shadow of your inner conversation pushed out. Therefore, when you maintain the proper inner conversation for 3 days, you literally create a new world. Many of you may be thinking, but Neville, 3 days seems too short a time to change my entire world. Let me remind you of the story of Jonah. How long was he in the belly of the whale? 3 days. And after 3 days, he was transformed, and his world was transformed. This is not coincidence, my dear friends. This is law. 3 days of proper inner conversation is all that is required to set in motion the forces that will transform your world. But these must be 3 complete days, not 3 days of wavering between states. During these 3 days, you must guard your inner conversation not just in your waking hours, but as you fall asleep. For the last inner conversation you have before sleep is particularly powerful. It continues to echo through your subconscious mind throughout your sleep. Therefore, as you prepare for sleep during these 3 days, your inner conversation must be perfectly aligned with your desired state. If you desire a successful business, your inner conversation might be, I am so grateful for my thriving business. My customers are delighted with our services. Profits increase continuously. But remember, and this is crucial, your inner conversation must be accompanied by the feeling of naturalness. It must feel as natural to have this conversation as it feels to speak of what you had for breakfast. This is where the power lies, not in the words themselves, but in the feeling of naturalness that accompanies them. Let me share with you another principle. Your inner conversation creates your outer conversations. Therefore, during these 3 days, you must be particularly vigilant about your outer conversations as well. They must align with your new inner conversation. If someone asks you how you are, your response must come from your desired state. If someone speaks to you about problems or difficulties, your response must come from your desired state. Your outer conversation must be a perfect reflection of your new inner conversation. Many of you may find this challenging at first. You may be tempted to engage in conversations about current circumstances rather than your desired state. But I tell you now, this is where your power lies, in maintaining your new conversation regardless of appearances. Consider the story of Jesus walking on water. What was his inner conversation? Was it about the impossibility of walking on water? Was it about the danger of the storms? No, his inner conversation was from the state of mastery over all natural laws, and his outer world had to conform to this inner conversation. During these 3 days, you must maintain the same level of conviction in your inner conversation. You must speak to yourself as though your desired state is already your reality, not as though it will be, not as though it might be, but as though it is. Let me share with you how to handle doubts when they arise during these 3 days, and they will arise. When a doubt appears in your mind, do not fight it. Instead, immediately revise your inner conversation. If you catch yourself saying inwardly, this isn't working, immediately revise it to, everything is working perfectly. My world is transforming now. This revision must be immediate and complete. You cannot allow doubt to linger in your inner conversation. For remember, your inner conversation is the only reality. Therefore, a doubting inner conversation will create a doubting outer reality. Throughout these 3 days, your inner conversation must be dominated by gratitude. Not gratitude for what you hope will come, but gratitude for what is already yours in your desired state. This gratitude must be part of your inner conversation throughout the day. When you wake in the morning, your inner conversation must be filled with gratitude. When you go about your daily activities, your inner conversation must be filled with gratitude. When you prepare for sleep, your inner conversation must be filled with gratitude. Let me share with you another principle. Your inner conversation creates your inner states, and your inner states create your outer world. Therefore, during these 3 days, your inner conversation must create and maintain the inner state of your wish fulfilled. If you desire wealth, your inner conversation must create and maintain the inner state of wealth consciousness. If you desire health, your inner conversation must create and maintain the inner state of health consciousness. If you desire love, your inner conversation must create and maintain the inner state of being loved. Many of you may be wondering what to do if you slip in your inner conversation during these 3 days. Let me be very clear, you must not condemn yourself. Instead, immediately revise the conversation. Remember, you are training yourself to maintain a new inner conversation, and like any training, it requires practice. During these 3 days, your inner conversation must be your primary focus. Every other activity must be secondary to maintaining your new inner conversation, for you are literally recreating your world through this conversation. Let me share with you how to structure your inner conversation for specific desires. If you desire a new home, your inner conversation might be, I love living in my beautiful new home. Everything about it is perfect for me. If you desire a promotion, your inner conversation might be, I am so grateful for my new position. It's everything I desired and more. But remember, these are not mere words. They must be accompanied by the feeling of living in that new home, the feeling of working in that new position. For feeling is the secret. And your inner conversation must generate the feeling of your wish fulfilled. Throughout these 3 days, your inner conversation must be specific. Vague inner conversation creates vague results. Therefore, speak to yourself with clarity about your desired state. Be specific in your inner conversation about what you are grateful for, what you are experiencing, what you are enjoying in your desired state. Let me share with you another principle. Your inner conversation creates your self-concept, and your self-concept creates your world. Therefore, during these 3 days, your inner conversation must be about who you are, not just what you have. If you desire success, your inner conversation must be about being a successful person, not just about having success. If you desire abundance, your inner conversation must be about being an abundant person, not just about having money. If you desire love, your inner conversation must be about being a loved person, not just about having a relationship. During these 3 days, your inner conversation must be continuous, not in the sense of constant chatter, but in the sense of consistent alignment with your desired state. Every time you become aware of your inner conversation, it must be from your desired state. Let me share with you how to maintain this continuity. Set reminders for yourself throughout the day. Every time you look at your watch, every time you eat a meal, every time you enter a room, let these be triggers to check your inner conversation. But remember, your inner conversation must not be mechanical. It must be alive with feeling, rich with the emotion of your desired state, for it is the feeling that gives power to your inner conversation. Throughout these 3 days, your inner conversation must be sovereign. You must not allow anyone or anything to dictate your inner conversation. Not circumstances, not other people's opinions, not past experiences. Nothing must have power over your inner conversation except you. Let me share with you another principle. Your inner conversation creates your expectations, and your expectations create your experience. Therefore, during these 3 days, your inner conversation must create the highest expectations of good for yourself. Many of you may be thinking, but Neville, what if my desired state seems impossible? Let me remind you, nothing is impossible to your inner conversation. Your inner conversation is God in action, and to God all things are possible. During these 3 days, your inner conversation must be about possibility, not probability. You must speak to yourself from the state of your wish fulfilled, regardless of how probable or improbable may seem to your rational mind. Let me share with you how to handle apparent failures during these 3 days. If something happens that seems to contradict your desired state, your inner conversation must remain unchanged. You must speak to yourself as though the seeming failure is actually part of the perfect unfolding of your desire. Remember, your inner conversation is creating your reality, not the other way around. Therefore, no external circumstance has the power to change your inner conversation unless you give it that power. Throughout these 3 days, your inner conversation must be your constant companion. It must be the lens through which you view every experience, the filter through which you interpret every event, the standard by which you measure every circumstance. Let me share with you another principle. Your inner conversation creates your belief system, and your belief system creates your reality. Therefore, during these 3 days, your inner conversation must consistently reinforce the beliefs that support your desired state. During these 3 days, your inner conversation must be a perfect reflection of the person you wish to be. You must speak to yourself as that person would speak, think as that person would think, feel as that person would feel. Let me share with you how to maintain this level of consciousness. When you catch yourself speaking from your old state, immediately ask yourself, how would I be speaking to myself if I were already the person I wish to be? Then revise your inner conversation accordingly. Throughout these 3 days, your inner conversation must be about what is, not what was or what might be. You must speak to yourself in the present tense, from the state of your wish fulfilled. This is crucial for the manifestation of your desire. Let me share with you another principle. Your inner conversation creates your future, but it does so by creating your present. Therefore, during these 3 days, your inner conversation must make your desired future your present reality. Many of you may be wondering what will happen after these 3 days. Let me tell you, if you have maintained the proper inner conversation for 3 days, you will have set in motion forces that must result in the manifestation of your desire. During these 3 days, your inner conversation must be your primary tool for creation. Every other method, every other technique, every other approach must be secondary to maintaining your new inner conversation. Let me share with you how to know if your inner conversation is correct. If it feels natural, if it feels real, if it feels true, even in the face of contrary evidence, then your inner conversation is correct. Throughout these 3 days, your inner conversation must be protected like a precious jewel. You must guard it against doubt, against fear, against negativity. For your inner conversation is the very substance from which your world is created. Let me share with you another principle. Your inner conversation creates your relationship with yourself, and your relationship with yourself creates all other relationships. Therefore, during these 3 days, your inner conversation must reflect the highest, most loving relationship with yourself. During these 3 days, your inner conversation must be your sacred practice. You must treat it with the same reverence that a priest treats his prayers, that a scientist treats his experiments, that an artist treats his creations. Let me share with you how to maintain this level of devotion. See your inner conversation as your direct connection to the creative power of the universe. For that is exactly what it is. Your consciousness in action, creating your world. Throughout these 3 days, your inner conversation must be your constant reminder of who you really are. The operant power in your world, the creator of reality, the God of your universe. And that, my dear friends, is how you must talk to yourself for 3 days if you wish to transform your world. Not sometimes, not occasionally, but consistently, continuously, constantly. For your inner conversation is the word of God in action, and it cannot return void. Remember this, your world is your inner conversation pushed out. Therefore, guard your inner conversation for these 3 days, as though your life depends upon it, because it does. So what will you do with this knowledge? Will you continue with your old inner conversation, creating the same results you've always created? Or will you begin today, this moment, to maintain a new inner conversation that must create a new world? The choice is yours, but the law is absolute. Your inner conversation creates your reality. Therefore, speak to yourself for 3 days as though your desires are already fulfilled, and watch your world transform. That's the message I want to leave you tonight. Not because it's easy, but because it's true. Not because it's simple, but because it's powerful. Not because it's what you expected to hear, but because it's what you needed to hear. Remember, 3 days of proper inner conversation will transform your world. Every single time. And isn't that worth thinking about?
Carefully crafting the scenes that will become your life. How does one begin this process of mental training? It starts with awareness. You must become acutely aware of your thoughts, your inner dialogues, your habitual mental patterns. This awareness is the first step towards change. As you go about your day, pay close attention to the quality of your thoughts. Are they predominantly positive or negative? Do they empower you or limit you? Do they align with your desires or contradict them? This process of self-observation can be uncomfortable at first. You may be shocked to discover just how many negative, self-defeating thoughts cross your mind on a daily basis. But do not be discouraged. This awareness is a sign of progress, the first ray of light penetrating the darkness. Once you have developed this awareness, the next step is to consciously choose your thoughts. This is where the real training begins. Just as an athlete trains their body through repetition and discipline, so must you train your mind. Choose thoughts that align with your desires. If you wish for greater abundance in your life, cultivate thoughts of plenty. If you desire improved health, imagine yourself vibrant and full of energy. If you seek loving relationships, fill your mind with thoughts of love and companionship. But mere positive thinking is not enough. You must learn to think from the end. This is a crucial distinction. Do not simply think about your desire. Embody the feeling of already having it. This is the secret of manifestation, the key that unlocks the door to your desired reality. If you desire wealth, do not merely think about having money. Instead, imagine how you would feel if you were already wealthy. What would your day look like? How would you carry yourself? What decisions would you make? Live from that state of consciousness, and you will be amazed at how quickly your outer world begins to align with your inner vision. This principle applies to every aspect of your life. Whatever you desire, be it love, health, success, or personal growth, imagine it is already accomplished. Feel the joy, the satisfaction, the gratitude of having your desire fulfilled. Make this feeling so real, so vivid, that your rational mind cannot distinguish it from reality. Now, some of you may be thinking, but Neville, this sounds like mere fantasy. How can simply imagining something make it real? To this, I say, your imagination is not separate from reality. It is the very substance of reality. The world you perceive with your physical senses is but a shadow, reflection of the true reality that exists within your consciousness. Your imagination is not creating something out of nothing. It is tuning into the infinite possibilities that already exist in the realm of pure potential. Think of it this way. Your consciousness is like a radio receiver. Just as a radio can tune into different frequencies to receive different stations, your consciousness can tune into different states of being. When you imagine your desire is fulfilled, you are tuning into the frequency of that reality. It is a key. You must maintain that frequency. This is where discipline comes in. It's not enough to imagine your desire once and then return to your old patterns of thought.
You must persistently occupy the state of consciousness that corresponds to your desire. This is why I say you must take the time to train your mind. It requires dedication, persistence, and above all, faith. You must have complete faith in the power of your imagination, unwavering belief in the reality of your desired state. This faith is not blind optimism or wishful thinking. It is a deep, unshakable knowing. It is the kind of faith that allowed Jesus to declare it is done, even before any physical evidence was apparent. How does one cultivate such faith? Through practice. Begin with small things. Imagine a specific event occurring, something modest but unlikely. Perhaps receiving a call from an old friend or finding a particular item you've been seeking. Imagine it vividly. Feel it as real and then release it. Do not strain or struggle. Simply know that it is done. As you see these small imaginings come to pass, your faith will grow. You will begin to understand experientially that your imagination truly is creative. And as your faith grows, so too will your ability to manifest larger, more significant desires. But remember, the goal is not merely to acquire things or to achieve external success. The true purpose of this practice is to awaken to your divine nature, to realize that you are one with the creative power of the universe. As you train your mind, you will begin to experience a profound shift in consciousness. You will move from a state of lack and limitation to one of abundance and infinite possibility. You will cease to be a victim of circumstance and become the conscious creator of your reality. This shift in consciousness is the true miracle. The external manifestations, wonderful as they may be, are merely signs forward. The real treasure is the realization of your oneness with God, the infinite creative power of the universe. Now let us delve deeper into the practical aspects of training your mind. One of the most powerful techniques you can employ is what I call revision. This involves mentally rewriting past events to align with your desired reality. You see, time is not the fixed, linear progression we perceive it to be. The past, present, and future exist simultaneously in the eternal now. And just as you can imagine a desired future, you can also reimagine the past. If there's an event in your past that troubles you, that you feel is holding you back, take the time to revise it in your imagination. See it playing out differently in a way that pleases you. Feel the relief, the joy, the satisfaction of this new version of events. Do this consistently, and you will be amazed at how your perception of the past begins to shift. You may even find that your present circumstances begin to align with this new version of the past, as if it had always been that way. This practice of revision is not about denying reality or living in fantasy. It is about understanding that your consciousness is the only reality, and that by changing your consciousness, you change everything. Another powerful technique for training your mind is what I call the lullaby method. This involves repeating a short, simple phrase that implies your desire is already fulfilled as you drift off to sleep. The moments before sleep are particularly potent for impressing the subconscious mind. As you relax into sleep, your conscious mind relaxes its grip, allowing direct access to the subconscious. By repeating a simple phrase that embodies your desire, you plant the seed of that desire deep within your subconscious mind. For example, if you desire financial abundance, you might repeat to yourself, "I am so grateful for my abundant wealth." If you seek improved health, your phrase might be, "Thank you for my perfect health." The key is to keep it simple, positive, and in the present tense, as if your desire is already a reality. As you drift off to sleep with these words on your lips and in your mind, you are programming your subconscious to align with your desire. Your subconscious mind, which knows no limitations and has access to infinite wisdom and resources, will then go to work to bring your desire into manifestation. But remember, the power lies not in the words themselves, but in the feeling behind them. As you repeat your chosen phrase, feel the gratitude, the joy, the satisfaction of having your desire fulfilled. Let this feeling permeate your entire being as you fall asleep. This practice, done consistently, can produce remarkable results. Many who have employed this technique have reported waking up to find their entire world transformed, as if by magic. But it is not magic. It is simply the law of consciousness in action. Now let's address a common obstacle that many face when beginning to train their minds: the apparent contradiction between their imagined state and their current reality. This is where many falter, allowing the evidence of their senses to overpower their imagination. But I say to you, do not be dismayed by appearances. The physical world you see around you is but a shadow, a reflection of past states of consciousness. It is not the cause of your experience, but the effect. Your true reality is your consciousness, your imagination. When you imaginatively assume the feeling of your wish fulfilled, you are experiencing the true substance of reality. The fact that your physical senses do not yet confirm this new reality is irrelevant. Your senses can only show you what is being, not what will be. This is why faith is so crucial. You must have complete faith in the reality of your imagined state, even when your senses deny it. This faith is not blind belief, but a knowing based on your understanding of the law of consciousness. Consider the biblical story of Abraham, who was promised countless descendants when he was old and childless. The physical evidence contradicted the promise, yet Abraham chose to believe. He lived from the consciousness of being a father of many nations, and in time, the physical reality aligned with his consciousness. This is the kind of faith you must cultivate. When you imagine your desire fulfilled, you must know it to be true with the same certainty that you know the sun will rise tomorrow. This knowing, this unshakable faith, is the bridge that spans the gap between your current circumstances and your desired reality. As you train your mind in this way, you will begin to experience what I call signs following. These are external events or circumstances that confirm your new state of consciousness. They may be small at first. A overheard conversation that mirrors your thoughts, an unexpected opportunity that aligns with your desire, a fortuitous meeting that advances your goals. These signs are not the fulfillment of your desire, but confirmations that you are on the right track. They are encouragements to persist in your new state of consciousness. Do not cling to these signs or demand more of them. Simply acknowledge them with gratitude and continue to live from the state of your wish fulfilled. Now let's address another crucial aspect of training your mind: the importance of detachment. This may seem paradoxical at first. How can you intensely desire something and yet be detached from it? But this detachment is not indifference. It is the calm assurance that your desire is already yours in consciousness, and therefore must manifest in your experience. When you truly live from the state of your wish fulfilled, you no longer anxiously await its manifestation. You are not constantly checking for results or manipulating circumstances to bring about your desire. You simply live your life from your new state of consciousness, knowing that the outer world must conform to your inner reality. This detachment allows the universe to orchestrate the perfect unfolding of your desire. It removes the resistance and anxiety that can block or delay manifestation. It is the ultimate expression of faith. The faith that what is true in consciousness must inevitably express itself, the experience. Practice this detachment in your daily life. When thoughts of lack or doubt arise, gently dismiss them. Do not fight against them or try to forcefully replace them with positive thoughts. Simply return to the feeling of your wish fulfilled. Live from that state and let go of any anxiety about when or how your desire will manifest. As you practice this detachment, you may find that your desires begin to manifest in ways you never could have imagined or planned. The universe has infinite channels through which your good can come to you. By detaching from the how and simply living in the consciousness of already having your desire, you open yourself to miracles. Now let's delve into another powerful technique for training your mind: the use of inner dialogue. Your inner conversations, the mental discussions you have with yourself and others, are incredibly potent in shaping your reality. Most people engage in inner dialogue unconsciously, often repeating patterns of worry, doubt, or conflict. But when you become aware of your inner conversations and deliberately shape them to align with your desires, you begin to pay attention to your habitual inner dialogues. Are you constantly defending yourself against imagined criticisms? Are you rehearsing arguments or reliving past conflicts? Are you explaining why you can't have what you want? Once you become aware of these patterns, you can begin to change them. Craft new inner conversations that support your desires. Imagine discussing your success with a friend. Hear yourself confidently explaining your achievements. Feel the joy and pride of sharing good news with loved ones. Make these new inner dialogues as vivid and real as possible. Engage all your senses. Hear the words clearly. See the expressions on people's faces. Feel the emotions of the conversation. Do this regularly, and you will be amazed at how quickly your outer world begins to reflect these new inner realities. Remember, every word you speak in your inner conversations is a seed planted in the fertile soil of your subconscious mind. Choose your inner words carefully, for they will grow into the circumstances of your life. Now let us address a question that often arises when people begin to seriously train their minds. What about action? Do I just sit and imagine, or do I need to do something in the physical world? It's both simple and profound. Inspired action will naturally flow from your new state of consciousness. When you truly live from the state of your wish fulfilled, you will find yourself naturally taking actions that align with that state. These actions will not feel like effort or struggle. They will not be driven by anxiety or lack. Instead, they will feel natural, joyful, almost effortless. You will simply find yourself doing what needs to be done, guided by an inner knowing. This is very different from the frantic, fearful action that many engage in when trying to make things happen through sheer force of will. Such action, born of lack and desperation, often leads to frustration and burnout. Instead, as you train your mind and live from your desired state, you will find that opportunities present themselves. Ideas come to you, and you are moved to take action in ways that perfectly align with your goals. This doesn't mean you become passive. Far from it. You may find yourself working hard.
Let me share with you what actually happens in consciousness during a 72-hour period following a true change in your assumption. The first 24 hours are crucial, as this is when your new assumption begins to take root in your subconscious mind. The second 24 hours strengthen this new pattern, and by the third day, a complete transformation of consciousness has occurred. Many of you wonder why your manifestations seem to take so long, why your reality doesn't immediately reflect your desires. But I tell you this, there is a specific period of gestation for every seed planted in consciousness, just as there is for every seed planted in the earth. 72 hours represents a complete cycle of transformation in consciousness. Consider this. In Scripture, we read of the 3 days Christ spent in the tomb before his resurrection. This is not merely a historical account, but a profound psychological truth. Every transformation in consciousness requires 3 days. It's 72 hours before externalization begins. When you truly grasp this principle, something remarkable happens to your entire approach to manifestation. You stop wondering when your desire will manifest and start understanding the precise law that governs all manifestation. You recognize that time is not an enemy, but a necessary component of psychological gestation. Let me tell you something vital about these 72 hours. They begin the moment you completely accept your desire as an accomplished fact. Not when you start wishing for it, not when you start affirming it, but when you actually accept it as done in your consciousness. Here's a profound truth about this 72-hour period. It operates whether you believe in it or not. Just as a seed will take a specific time to germinate, regardless of whether you understand the process, your assumption will take approximately 72 hours to begin its manifestation, regardless of your conscious beliefs about timing. Think about this. Every major change in your life was preceded by a change in your consciousness approximately 72 hours before its physical manifestation. You may not have been aware of it, but this law was operating nonetheless. This law operates in consciousness with absolute precision, transforming your entire world through a specific sequence that unfolds over these 72 hours. Let me break down for you exactly what happens during this crucial period of transformation. In the first 24 hours, something profound begins to occur in your consciousness. The moment you truly accept your desire as an accomplished fact, your entire inner world begins to reorganize itself around this new assumption. Old patterns of thought begin to dissolve, and a new pattern starts to form. Many of you have experienced fleeting moments of acceptance, only to fall back into doubt and disbelief. But I tell you this, if you can maintain your new assumption for just 72 hours, holding it as true regardless of external evidence, you will set in motion forces that manifest in its manifestation. Consider this: when a woman conceives, she doesn't immediately see external evidence of her pregnancy. Yet from the very first moment of conception, forces are at work within her body, preparing for the manifestation of new life. The same is true of your consciousness during these first 24 hours. During the second 24-hour period, something even more remarkable occurs. Your new assumption begins to affect your subjective world, your thoughts, your feelings, your natural reactions to events. You begin to think from your desire fulfilled rather than of it. Let me tell you something crucial about this second day. This is often when doubt tries to creep in. The external world may still show no evidence of change, and your rational mind may try to convince you that nothing is happening. But beneath the surface, massive reorganization is taking place. Here's a profound truth about the second day. It's the period of death to the old man. Just as Christ spent the second day in the tomb, this is when your old patterns of thought and belief must die to make way for the new. This can feel uncomfortable, even disconcerting, but it's absolutely necessary. Think about this: every transformation in nature goes through a period where the old form must die before the new can emerge. The caterpillar must cease to be a caterpillar before it can become a butterfly. The same principle applies to your consciousness during these crucial 72 hours. The very discomfort you might feel during this period is evidence that transformation is occurring. Your old patterns of thought and belief are dissolving, making way for your new assumption to take root and grow. The final 24 hours of this 72-hour period are perhaps the most crucial, for this is when the complete transformation of consciousness occurs. This is the period of resurrection, when your new assumption becomes so natural that you can no longer remember how it felt to be in your former state. Let me share with you exactly what happens during these final 24 hours. Your new assumption, which has been gestating in the depths of your consciousness, begins to rise to the surface. It no longer feels like something you're trying to believe, it simply feels like what is. Many of you might experience what seems like a moment of crisis during this final period. But I tell you this, what appears to be a crisis is often the breaking point where the old must give way to the new. It's the darkness before the dawn, the final resistance of the old man before the new man rises. Consider this: in Scripture, it was during the final hours in the tomb that the resurrection occurred. Not gradually, not partially, but in one complete transformation. The same is true of your consciousness during these final 24 hours. The transformation, when it comes, is complete. When you truly understand this principle, something remarkable happens to your experience of these 72 hours. You stop seeing them as a period of waiting and start recognizing them as a sacred time of transformation. Each hour becomes precious, each moment significant. Let me tell you something vital about these final hours. They often bring what appears to be a complete contradiction to your desire. This is what I call the moment of greatest appearance of failure. But remember, appearances are merely the shadow of past assumptions, not the reality of your present consciousness. Here's a profound truth about this final period. It's when your outer world begins to respond to your new inner conviction. Things begin to shift, often in ways you couldn't have consciously planned or anticipated. People begin to treat you differently. Circumstances begin to rearrange themselves. Think about this: every great transformation in history appeared darkest just before its completion. The crucifixion preceded the resurrection. The darkest hour comes just before dawn. This principle is reflected in your own consciousness during these final hours. The very circumstances that seem to deny your assumption are often the ones being rearranged to accommodate its fulfillment. What appears to be resistance is actually reorganization. This reorganization of your outer world follows an immutable pattern, much like the transformation of your inner consciousness. Just as a seed must break through the soil that appears to resist it, your new assumption must break through the appearances of your current reality. Let me share with you what actually happens in your outer world during this period. People who seemed indifferent to you suddenly become helpful. Circumstances that appeared fixed begin to shift. Opportunities that weren't visible before suddenly present themselves. All of this occurs not by chance, by law. Many of you observe your outer world anxiously during these 72 hours, looking for signs of change. But I tell you this, the changes are occurring whether you can see them or not. Just as a plant grows beneath the soil before breaking through to the surface, your manifestation is taking form before becoming visible. Consider this: when you plant a seed, the soil must be disturbed. Old patterns must be broken up to make way for new growth. The same is true of your outer world during these 72 hours. What appears as disruption is actually the rearrangement necessary for your new assumption to manifest. When you truly grasp this principle, something remarkable happens to your response to external circumstances during this period. You stop being disturbed by appearances that seem to contradict your assumption. You recognize them as necessary adjustments in the grand pattern of manifestation. Let me tell you something crucial about this reorganization. It often occurs in ways that your conscious mind could never have planned. The wisdom of your subconscious mind, which is one with infinite intelligence, knows exactly how to bring about the conditions necessary for your assumption to materialize. Here's a profound truth about this outer reorganization. It follows the path of least resistance. While your conscious mind might imagine complicated scenarios requiring massive changes, your subconscious mind finds the simplest, most natural way to bring about your desire's fulfillment. Think about this. Every desire you hold contains within itself the seeds of its own fulfillment. When you plant that desire in consciousness through your assumption, it begins to attract and arrange everything necessary for its manifestation. This arrangement often occurs in ways that appear miraculous to the conscious mind. The very circumstances that seem to stand in the way of your desire often become the means of its fulfillment. This is the wisdom of the law operating through the perfect pattern of the 72-hour principle. This pattern unfolds in your experience with a precision that would astonish you if you could see it from a higher perspective. Every thought, every encounter, every seemingly random event during these 72 hours is part of an intricate dance orchestrated by your new assumption. Let me share with you what's actually occurring moment by moment during this period. Your consciousness, having accepted the new assumption, begins to attract corresponding experiences. People begin to treat you according to your new concept of self. Circumstances begin to mirror your inner conviction. This isn't coincidence, it's law. Many of you wonder why certain people suddenly change their behavior toward you, why new opportunities suddenly appear, why solutions to old problems suddenly become clear. But I tell you this, nothing is sudden about it. Each change is the result of your shifted consciousness working through the perfect pattern of these 72 hours. Consider this: when you drop a pebble into a pond, the ripples move outward in perfect circles, affecting every part of the water's surface. Your assumption works in the same way during these 72 hours, sending ripples through the entire fabric of your reality, touching every aspect of your world. When you truly understand this principle, something remarkable happens to your awareness during this period. You begin to recognize every event, every conversation, every seemingly random occurrence as part of the pattern of fulfillment. Nothing is meaningless. Everything is significant. Let me tell you something vital about this unfolding pattern. It requires no effort on your part beyond maintaining your assumption. You don't need to make things happen. You don't need to manipulate circumstances. The pattern unfolds by law, not by effort. Here's a profound truth about these 72 hours. They represent a complete cycle of transformation, from death of the old to birth of the new. Just as the moon moves through its phases, just as the earth rotates through day and night, your consciousness moves through this perfect pattern of transformation. Think about this. Every great master who ever walked the earth taught the same truth in different words. 3 days in the tomb, the third day resurrection, the threefold pattern of transformation. They were all pointing to this same law that operates in consciousness through the 72-hour cycle. The very experiences you encounter during this period, whether they appear positive or negative, are all part of the perfect pattern of fulfillment. Nothing is out of place. Nothing is accidental. To recognize and work with this pattern requires a complete reversal of your usual way of thinking. Instead of looking to external events for evidence, you must maintain an unshakable awareness of your assumptions, reality these 72 hours. Let me share with you exactly how to maintain this awareness as the pattern unfolds. When you wake each morning during this period, your first thought must be from the consciousness of your wish fulfilled. Before your feet touch the floor, before your mind engages with the day's activities, you must renew your awareness of already being who you desire to be. Many of you start your days by immediately checking external reality for signs of change. But I tell you this, the external will not show evidence until the full 72-hour cycle is complete. Your task during this time is to live from your new assumption regardless of appearances. Consider this: when an actor takes on a role, they must maintain that character's consciousness throughout the entire performance. They can't drop in and out of character and expect to give a convincing performance. The same is true of your new assumption during these 72 hours. When you truly grasp this principle, something remarkable happens to your daily experience. You stop living in anticipation of change and start living from the consciousness of the change already accomplished. This is the secret of working with the pattern rather than against it. Let me tell you something crucial about maintaining this awareness. It's not about forcing yourself to believe something. It's about allowing yourself to feel the naturalness of your new state. The more natural it feels, the more powerfully the pattern works. Here's a profound truth about these 72 hours. Your every reaction, your every response, your every inner conversation must spring from your new assumption. This isn't about pretending or affirming. It's about actually occupying your desired state in consciousness. Think about this. Every time you react from your old state of consciousness, you interrupt the pattern. Every time you respond from your new assumption, you strengthen it. The pattern requires consistency in consciousness to work its perfect law. The very circumstances that tempt you to react from your old state are actually opportunities to strengthen your new assumption. Each challenge is a chance to prove the reality of your inner transformation. These challenging moments during the 72 hours are not obstacles to your manifestation. They are vital parts of the pattern itself. They are opportunities to prove the reality of your new state in consciousness. Let me share with you exactly what to do when these moments arise. When circumstances seem to contradict your assumption, when people act contrary to your desired experience, when everything appears to be moving in the opposite direction. These are the moments when your new consciousness must be maintained with even greater conviction. Many of you interpret challenging circumstances as evidence that your assumption isn't working. But I tell you this, these very circumstances are part of the bridge of incidents, necessary events that must occur to bring about the fulfillment of your desire. They are not obstacles, but stepping stones. Consider this. When you're driving at night, the headlights illuminate only a small portion of the road ahead. Yet you trust that as you continue moving forward, more of the path will be revealed. The same trust is required during these 72 hours. You don't need to see the entire path. You need only maintain your assumption. When you truly understand this principle, something remarkable happens to your response to challenging circumstances. Instead of being discouraged by apparent contradictions, you begin to welcome them as confirmation that the old patterns are dissolving to make way for the new. Let me tell you something vital about these challenging moments. They often intensify just before the manifestation of your desire. This intensification is not a sign of failure, but a sign that the old patterns are making their final stand before dissolving completely. Here's a profound truth about handling these moments. Your only task is to remain faithful to your assumption. You don't need to fight circumstances, argue with appearances, or try to force changes. Your task is simply to maintain your consciousness of the wish fulfilled. Think about this. Every great manifestation in history was preceded by a period of apparent contradiction. The darkest hour comes just before dawn. The seed must completely break down before the new plant can emerge. These are not merely poetic metaphors. They are descriptions of the law in operation. The very circumstances that seem most opposed to your desire are often the ones being rearranged to bring about its fulfillment. What appears as resistance is actually reorganization. This process of reorganization during the 72 hours follows a precise pattern that, understood, will transform your entire approach to manifestation. What appears as chaos in your outer world is actually perfect order taking shape according to your new assumption. Let me share with you what's actually happening during this reorganization. Your entire world, every person, every circumstance, every condition must adjust itself to match your new assumption. This adjustment often appears as disruption before the new pattern emerges. Many of you become discouraged when your world appears to be falling apart during these 72 hours. But I tell you this, what appears to be falling apart is actually falling into place. The old patterns must dissolve before the new patterns can emerge, just as old structures must be demolished before new ones can be built. Consider this: when you rearrange furniture in a room, there's always a moment when everything appears to be in chaos. The room looks worse before it looks better. The same principle applies to the reorganization of your world during these 72 hours. When you truly grasp this principle, something remarkable happens to your perception of change. You stop resisting the apparent chaos and start recognizing it as a necessary part of the reorganization. You understand that disorder is often the prelude to a new and higher order. Let me tell you something crucial about this reorganization. It affects not only your external circumstances, but also your inner world. Old thought patterns dissolve, old emotional responses fade away, old habits naturally fall aside as your new assumption takes root. Here's a profound truth about this process. It works with mathematical precision. Just as water must reach 212 degrees Fahrenheit to boil, just as a seed must remain in darkness before it sprouts, your consciousness must maintain your assumption for approximately 72 hours for complete reorganization to occur. Think about this. Every major shift in your life followed this same pattern, whether you were conscious of it or not. A change in consciousness always preceded a change in circumstance by approximately 72 hours. This is not coincidence, it is law. The very disruption you experience during this period is evidence that the law is working. Your world is reorganizing itself to match your new assumption with perfect precision. This precision of the law operating through the 72-hour principle is as exact as any law in physics or mathematics. It operates with the same certainty that brings dawn after night, spring after winter, harvest after planting. Let me share with you exactly how this precision manifests in your experience. During these 72 hours, everything, every word you speak, every action you take is either aligned with your new assumption or contradicts it. There is no neutral ground. The law registers everything with perfect precision. Many of you wonder why some manifestations seem to come easily while others appear to resist your efforts. But I tell you this, the law is never working more or less effectively. The only variable is your consciousness, your ability to maintain your assumption consistently throughout the 72-hour period. Consider this: when you drop an object, gravity doesn't sometimes work and sometimes fail. It operates with perfect precision every time. The same is true of this law of consciousness. Your assumption, held steadily for 72 hours, must manifest with the same certainty that a released object must fall. When you truly understand this principle, something remarkable happens to your approach to manifestation. You stop hoping and start knowing. You stop pleading and start accepting. You stop wondering if it will work and start living from the certainty that it must work. Let me tell you something vital about this precision. It operates independently of your past experiences, your current circumstances, or others' opinions. The law responds only to your consciousness, your assumption maintained over these 72 hours. Here's a profound truth about this precise operation of law. It works the same way for everyone every time. Just as mathematics doesn't play favorites, just as gravity doesn't discriminate, this law operates with perfect precision for anyone who applies it correctly. Think about this. Every successful manifestation you've ever experienced, whether consciously or unconsciously, followed this precise pattern. The law didn't bend or make exceptions. It simply outpictured with mathematical precision whatever you assumed to be true. The very precision that seems to work against you when you doubt is the same precision that works for you when you maintain your assumption. The law is always working with perfect accuracy. Working with this precision requires a complete understanding of how consciousness operates during these 72 hours. Your every thought, your every inner conversation, your every feeling must align with your assumption with the same precision that a mathematician applies to equations. Let me share with you exactly how to maintain this precise alignment. When you wake in the morning, your first thought must be from your new state. When you go about your day, your inner conversations must reflect your assumption. When you fall asleep at night, you must sleep as though your desire is already fulfilled. Many of you approach manifestation with a mixture of old and new states, shifting between doubt and belief, between old patterns and new assumptions. But I tell you this, the law requires precision. You cannot serve two masters. You must choose your assumption and maintain it with unwavering fidelity. Consider this when a watchmaker assembles a timepiece. Every gear, every spring, every component must be precisely aligned. A single misaligned piece affects the entire mechanism. The same is true of your consciousness during these 72 hours. Every aspect must be in perfect alignment. When you truly grasp this principle, something remarkable happens to your mental discipline. You become acutely aware of your thoughts, your inner conversations, your reactions. You recognize that each mental movement either supports or undermines your assumption. Let me tell you something crucial about this precision. It extends to your emotional state as well. You must feel with the same precision that you think. The feeling of your wish fulfilled must be so precise that it becomes your dominant emotional state. Here's a profound truth about working with this precision. It requires constant vigilance during these 72 hours. You cannot afford mental laziness or emotional indulgence in the old state. Every moment must be lived from your new assumption with mathematical precision. Think about this. Just as a scientist in a laboratory must maintain precise conditions for an experiment to succeed, you must maintain precise conditions in consciousness for your instruction to manifest. There can be no contamination from doubts, no dilution with fears. The very precision that makes this law seem demanding is what makes it infallible. When you maintain your assumption with mathematical accuracy, the law must respond with equal precision.